I won't slow down, building my empire in this buzzing town, casting my vision on the silver screen, my funded life, a vivid sheen, my funded futures, light the way.
Good morning, traders. Happy Monday. Welcome to My Funded Futures and My Funded TV. I am Terry Trades, and we have our expert trader, Bull Barbie. Nick is out for the day. Good morning, everyone. How was your weekend?
It was good. A little busy, but it always ends up being more busy than I want it to be. So yeah. How about yours? How did your weekend go?
Same, exactly. It goes by so fast. I went to an apple orchard. I haven't ever done that, which is funny because I live in the Midwest and we have a ton of them. It was super fun to be out in the countryside around nature, apples, hot cider. I went on this mini hayride. It was pulled by this tractor that was probably made in the 50s. It was fun.
We can't grow apples here. I tried. We got a tree. We have a small orchard, and we got a special Texas apple tree that's supposed to just have these little apples, and it's still we might get one. Doesn't work.
Oh, bummer. Should we take a look at the charts?
Oh, I guess so. We can do that.
All right, let's do it.
All right. So the kind of main level, I put it in red this morning, and these ones that are marked Monday high, Monday close, those are still from last week, but those were levels that ended up being important last week. So I'm still kind of hanging on to those and watching them. But I'm kind of watching this level 6711. This is a level that we were watching last week too, and it's kind of ended up being exactly well, not exactly because it's a little bit loose, but where we opened up, and then when price kind of drifted up overnight, where we found support. So this is kind of the main level that I'm watching initially. I think I mean, the market's decently balanced right now. I guess there's a little bit of a bull bias to it, just because we haven't fully broken that bullish structure. But I mean, the up and down zigzags like this is a relatively balanced market. So when we have a relatively balanced market, I'm kind of looking to where that center could be, because what ends up happening is once we hit an extreme, we end up kind of gravitating back towards it. So that's what I'm kind of looking for in that 6711 level, at least until we start breaking and holding some other major levels. I just think we're likely, no matter which direction we end up going, to end up kind of landing back there. Because as we know, pull up the news real quick. There's not much going on at the beginning of the week. We are really honestly supposed to have CPI on Friday. I checked on that. I was like, are we sure? Are we sure? Yeah, we're sure. They called a skeleton crew back to the Bureau of Labor and Statistics to be able to put that number out for us. But before that, we don't have much of anything at all. And then next week we have FOMC, assuming that we're still doing that. Oh. Okay, so anyway, with all of that in mind, that we're in a kind of balanced market and we don't have any of the major news catalysts coming, that's what I'm looking for. Just once we start extending away from the range, while we're likely to come back to it. But the main level that I'm watching overhead, and we really only have one major level right now to contend with, is the 6750. And you can see last week we tested it twice, did not break through. And what this is, and I drew this box before, we had talked about this exact same box, not last week, but the week before. This is the range that we were really stuck in. And now it's going to kind of be resistance to get back into. So that's going to kind of be the objective. We lost this zone. Now we're trading below it. Now we're heading back up to that zone. Are we going to break up back into this zone or stay in this new zone that we've created? I want to point out another thing real quick while we're looking at this view. So this green box is where we spent a lot of time trading. I didn't count these days, but it's more than a week's trading inside of this little range. Now look at this range. So if you've been having a hard time using the same brackets and same risk to reward, this is why. We had a much smaller range before, and now we're having these much larger ranges. And I know when you're zoomed in on the lower time frame charts, it's really hard to see this. So I just wanted to point this out that when we are putting in these higher relative ranges or smaller relative ranges, that's when you need to adapt your position size and your risk size. So I just want y'all to be aware of that. But yeah, so what if we get back up to the 6750 level, are we going to reject it again? We've already rejected it twice. At a point, we'll eventually kind of eat through enough orders where we can get through, but are we going to have that amount of power without a catalyst? I don't know. So if we get back up to 6750 and just can't go back through it, we have a really obvious retracement spot. That's going to be really, the 6720 is an important level too, but 6720 down to 6711 is really going to be a zone. And I think that this is going to be, I put a magnet on there. It might be hard to see, but there is a magnet on that level because I'm expecting this to be a true magnet level. So I started with the bull case because even though the market is pretty balanced right now, it does have a very, like I said, very slightly bullish lean since that's the structure that we have. That said, if we move back lower inside of this range, look, we have a lot of room inside of this range. We still have this gap from October 10th. This is a week old weekly gap that did not get fully filled. So if things get ugly, this is going to be the obvious spot for the market to try to reach down to. But that's a pretty far way away. So what I'm looking for initially is if we lose the 6711 area, then I'd start looking at some of these other levels. We have this minor level around 6790, and it was a spot that kind of gave us some reaction, but that would be kind of a trigger where I think if we get past through there, because we've got this overnight low and kind of these wick highs, it's going to kind of be an important level. If we lose that, then I think we're decently likely to come back down here into the lower 6660, really 6660 down to the lower 6650s. That's the next major support down there. If we lose that, that's when we get more likely to fill this gap. But that's why I have all this in an if then, because the market's balanced, we don't really know which way it's going to go. We can kind of use this sort of plan to help trigger those sorts of things. The other thing that I can kind of go over, since there's no Nick this morning, I'll hog some of his time. So we talked about the news. The thing we didn't get to is the upcoming earnings. So I just pulled the Earnings Whispers X account. They always, y'all have probably seen these. They put out these handy little weekly charts. I like looking at the monthly ones too, but looking at that monthly is what led me to be more excited about this week. We've got Netflix. Tesla's going to be a huge one. IBM's usually not a huge one to play, but can have a strong effect on the market. We got some airlines. We've got Intel is going to be a big one. Ford can kind of be interesting too. It's a little bit different to play as well, but we're starting to get into the more exciting earnings. So that's interesting. And then one other thing I wanted to show y'all, because we talk about the FedWatch tool on here. And I wanted to point this out. So last time I looked at the FedWatch, there was nothing, or it was spread out a little bit differently. I swear this has changed again. But our percentages have been changing on the FedWatch tool. They're getting we're getting less and less likely of holding on to this one rate cut. So definitely pay attention to the FedWatch tool. It's been changing a lot lately. Losing my voice already. I'm stuck on this browser. Okay, so here we are back on the charts. I did notice already that MU is taking off. So the semis are looking strong already this week. Definitely one to watch. I still have Intel on here because we have an Intel play going on in the trading ranch. But MU's the big gap up. I think the newsworthy one this morning. So that's an interesting one to watch there as well.
Interesting. Thanks for sharing that with us.
Yeah, what's chat thinking for the week? And today.
Type in 1 if you're thinking long, type in 2 if you're thinking short, type in 3 if you're like, I'm not sure. Wait and see. MyFundedFutures.
You see, we're going. Go ahead, sorry.
Oh no, I'm seeing lots of ones.
I saw an INTC. We're riding that one.
Let's go. Intel, right? INTC?
Yeah. which I don't normally play, but we saw an opportunity on that one.
Ooh, lots of longs. I'm gonna type in one. Let's go. MyFundedFutures is asking people, what do you think about the core add-on? Did you snatch some up? I did, and I passed 2 of them, you guys. So that's exciting. I
Let's
can
go.
share. Let's go. I can share this tab. Yes, so if you don't know about the current promo, it is called the Core Flex add-on. It's still ongoing for the scale account also. So either one, if you're interested in selecting the add-on, when you check out, just make sure you select the Flex add-on. And what it does is it's completely free, and it gives you the ability to withdraw way more money when you request a payout. So on the core plan, for example, you can request up to $3,000 per payout versus before it was only $1,000. And the price for the accounts is still the same. This add-on is completely free, and you can request up to 50% of your total profits in the account. All you need is 5 days of $100 or more in this 50K, if you select the 50K, and we can have up to 5 of those, guys and gals. So I love that. I know it seems like it's been a really big hit. All the feedback I'm getting is extremely positive. For the price, it's like, whew, incredible. Make sure you use code YouTube for that. You will receive 5% off, which brings the price down from $77 down to like $72 and some change. And there is never an activation fee on any of the accounts with MyFundedFutures. End of day drawdown, instant payouts. So much for us to love about that.
What's the catch? It's for a limited time.
Yes, it is a promo. We don't know when it will go away, so make sure you snatch them up if you're interested. And if you're not interested, you don't have to select it if you don't want it, right? Because everyone likes different types of things, which is what we love about MyFundedFutures. They're always coming up with creative ideas for us, different promos, just fun. Yeah, so I do have 2 accounts, Barbie, with the core add-on. Let's go. Let's see what
Get
we
you
can.
some payouts.
Yes, I do need to buy a new purse. It's it's next on my list of things I would like to purchase. ETH says MFFU is the best. Absolutely. It's a firm that you can trust. You can trade and know that you'll get paid, which I love that. So it's a new week. New day, Monday.
Yeah. They're asking me if it's chilly in Texas. It hasn't gotten so bad here yet. I did break out the hoodies and stuff, but that's because I'm a wimp. It got down to 60. I don't know how the rest of y'all doing. Let me know in chat. How's it where you are, Terry? You're probably not feeling sorry for me right now.
No, I broke out the coat too, and the temperature has gone down to 60. I think it's such a big jump to go from like 80s to 60s. So
Well, that's our low right now, but yeah.
so it does take some
It did hit me
time.
a little bit when I opened the door this morning, but in Texas we don't do cold. That's not a thing we do here.
Oh gosh, yeah. I remember there was a snowstorm, ice storm in Texas, and everything shut down. Because it's just not
Oh, that was
built
actually no,
for
that was
cold.
actually horrible. Well, there was the ice storm was really, really bad. We got hit by the one where all the trees fell down too. We
Yes.
had no power for 5 days, and it was 4 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh my gosh.
The pipes were busting everywhere because it was our
Yeah.
power was out. So like the pipes inside the house were bursting. It was actually really horrible. I thought my mom was gonna die.
Oh
I had her like parked next
no.
to the fireplace. That was one of our Armageddon experiences.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a little. The city of Boston does not own a snowplow. I don't think any of the other cities around here do either. That would be the big one, and they don't have a snowplow.
I would never think it would snow in Texas. Happy Diwali, everyone. For people who don't know, that is a celebration, the Festival of Lights that many people are celebrating in India and different parts of Asia. So happy Diwali, everyone. It's the festival that represents triumph, new beginnings, and the victory of knowledge over ignorance. I love that. It's very positive. So 15 minutes until market is going to open. Let's do well this week. Super excited. The Ninja Trading Competition starts today. I didn't realize it was just one day. It's just today.
Oh, I didn't even notice that one. I have one for next week, but it's a private one, so it's exclusive to my community, but I'll post that one soon. Y'all will get. I missed the one
Tell
this
us,
week.
Barbie. I want to hear
Well,
this.
we're doing a smasher pass. Everyone's doing these like I'm going to be a badass trader competitions. That's great. Everyone's doing that. There's one of those for everybody. We want to have some fun with it and trade something that we aren't going to trade our prop accounts or our live money. And so we're going to trade the FOMC meeting. If you ever wanted to trade that, we're going to instead of like putting actual money on the line, we're going to put the arena challenge on the line and get some potential prize money that way.
And
But
it's completely free to enter?
it is completely free to enter. This is a new thing they're doing where it'll be like a private unlisted competition. This is the first one. So I was the guinea pig for the original arena competitions too, using people to promote them. And so now they're guinea pigging me on the private one. So I'll post that. I'll post it on my X and stuff for y'all. Getting ready for that one next week.
We'll have to
to
hop on that.
I missed the one this week because I'm only going to be here a couple days, but I think a lot of people are entered into that one. They're getting a lot of attention on those.
Yeah, I think the field is 10,000 it's filled. It's 10,000 out of 10,000 spots. And it is a qualifier to get into the grand championship, which I believe the winner can win $100,000. That would buy a lot of purses.
Yeah, it's looking. This is they're promoting the qualifier too.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm not participating in this one since I actually need a break. There's never a break.
I know. There are a lot. Barbie, what is your X handle to make sure people can go check out your X handle and then sign up for your exclusive competition?
It should just be Bull
in
Barbie.
details? Okay.
For my ex. The only one that's weird is Instagram because some rude jerk took my handle first.
Dang it. Can we get that person to sell it to you? My goodness.
Oh, they want to know if you're getting a Birkin.
Oh my gosh, that would be something. Maybe one day, Vivi. The Birkin bag. So fancy. I've heard some people collect them and then they sell them for more.
Yeah, that's kind of the way to do it. They're very heavy. They're not very practical. They do always go up in value, it seems.
Yes. Good morning, WeWap. WeWap says, go fund me to buy the bag. Oh my gosh. I did see Voltron is in the house. Pine Tree Trader, good morning. Yeah, Voltron, people were asking about order flow last week. And we were like, where's Voltron? Looks like it's getting close to this overnight high of 25,152. See what the day brings. We're still within that gigantic candle. This high.
Didn't hear me earlier. Like we are in wider ranges than we were a couple weeks ago. So if you're having your stop loss hit a lot and things, you might need to look at that and change things a little bit, take smaller positions with a wider stop, that sort of thing.
Thank you, Barbie. That is such a great reminder. Yes, Nick is still on. He's on vacation. He's getting recharged. He will be back soon. Oh my gosh. Abhishek says, a win. Everyone type in W for Trader Hitch, because guys, he got his first payout. Let's go. It's so inspiring. And thank you for taking us on X so that we can see and follow along. It's so fun to cheer other community members on. We absolutely love it. It's part of what makes our community so great, right? Like all of us, we participate and you find new friends. So if you're listening and you haven't participated yet, we encourage you to participate in chat, tag us on X, and meet some new trading friends. Yeah, going alone is not fun at all. Barbie, when you were first trading, did you have any trading friends when you first were learning?
Nope. And honestly, I mean, there's a little bit of a thing because, you know, you want your it's good to have trading friends, so someone you can actually relate to. At the same time, you're trying to find your own way and create your own edge. So it's a little bit complicated. I think that was the hard thing for me, is learning to have the trading friends that have their own trading ideas, but really stick to my own convictions. So that is one of the skills we have to come up with. Otherwise, you end up trying all sorts of different things and hopping around and spending a lot of time spinning your wheels without making a lot of progress. But yeah, the communities are super important. It's nice to have some support from people also going on the journey, because you didn't know when you signed up for this, but you were signing up for a journey, you know? So here we are. Who else understands what it's like to watch your to watch your stop loss get hit and then the market go hit your target? Who else can really relate to that pain?
Only traders. Yes, type in 1 if you can relate. Trader Hitch said, it's micros that saved me. Power of micros.
I keep saying it. I think it's a machismo contest sometimes, because everyone wants to be on the minis for machismo, and we don't need to be messing with that.
It doesn't pay the bills, right?
It doesn't. We lose sight of that sometimes with all the hype, the hype crew. That is a thing. There's a lot of people out there just hyping themselves to impress you, and there's not a lot of anything behind it. But for yourself, you want to be able to make sure that there's something behind it so you can actually pay your bills.
Oh, Mr. Delusional says, if instead I was on micros, I'd be 2 times richer. Shake my head. Yeah.
Isn't that weird? It's true, though.
I know. There's nothing worse than watching your trade idea actually work out, but you just were not sized correctly. And if you were only in micros or in less number of contracts in micros, like you would have ended the day green. Yeah. Or you'd still have the account, right? I'm sure lots of people have experienced that too. Oh, good morning, Tim Vesh.
That's Tim the Trade Man. All right, we got about 5 minutes before the market opens, and we are on a little bit of a pump here. So I'm interested to see if we first retrace lower and kind of get back down to that 67.11. That was our swing low also, by the way. So kind of that spot I'm watching. I think Voltron was talking in the chat about a long he was already in. I didn't see the entry. It went a little bit fast, but I think it was probably this little pump. So the way I look at things like that is like, that move's already made. I don't want to try to get in that. If the entry was down here, they've already made money on that, right? I'm not going to try to get into that. I want to wait for the next one. And that's kind of where we're looking. We got the 67.50 overhead, not too far away, but we'll see if we charge for that right away or come down and be nice and get down to 67.11 first. Be nice, market.
7. Hopefully. Okay, 5 minutes. Has is it 4-1 Barbie? Has that caught on yet? 40.
They know about it, but no, it's not like 6-7. I mean, they're trying to act like it's replacing it. It's not going to replace it. There you go. There's Voltron that message went a little bit fast for me earlier, just above the 2500, 2562. That's a pretty good entry.
Nice trade.
Props for volume profile. So yeah, if you got in down there, you're in. Oh, way down here at I don't know if it was before or after this whole thing, but that move is gone. So that's what I wanted to point that out, because that was a kind of a mindset shift that helped me from chasing. You see people making money on this move and you're like, oh, I want some of that. But you have to remember they got in down here, not up here. So they already did it. It's already done.
Mm-hmm.
On to the next one. Oh,
Yeah,
they got a footprint imbalance. Nice.
Oh, nice. Yeah, if we're late to the party, we're just late to party. Don't go in the party. It's too late. It's a disaster there. Do not go in. Wait for the next party. I wonder if we'll get a New York gap price, New York close gap fill. Maybe.
Okay, we don't have my gap set up. I was actually just looking at that. Even though there is technically one, we don't have my gap set up, so I'm not looking for that one, but yours might come up.
Yeah. We'll see. 3 minutes.
We didn't get. We're too close to our open and all that for. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see.
Yeah.
That would actually be my entry though, so let's do it.
It would be a good entry. Raphael Trade says gap fill where, Terry? Gap fill to New York's closing price from Friday. So in right here, it says about 138 points to the unchanged price from New York's close on Friday. I might take a stab at that. It is looking pretty good, but we are trading at towards these overnight highs, which, that means the market so far in pre-market is bullish. So it could rip higher, it could dip down, rip higher, or it could completely fill the gap. We don't know. But I do like this entry price. That's the thing about early entries is you are getting in at a better price, but with less confirmation. There's like a trade-off. Yeah, thank you, No Sequi 85. Regular trading hours gap, RTH, gap fill. Okay, here we go. Less than 1 minute until the market is going to open.
I'm trying to queue up something for y'all right now. See if. That's not right.
Okay, I'm going to risk it with with one micro. Let's see what happens. Yes, Nick is getting recharged right now. The real daily candle. He will be back. So this is in a funded account. This is my new core 50K core funded account with the add-on, the promo add-on. Use code YouTube for that to help to support the channel. Yay, we are open. Here we go.
All right, we're getting a bit of a push.
Is pushing. It could be a gap and go day.
It's actually kind of looking like it for me. I'm gonna try just a quick little long scalp. Oh, I hope I put that in the right account. I was slow. Yeah, I think it is.
Market is pushing. NASDAQ is up by about 85, 80-ish points. Barbie, are you scalping on ES or on
Yep.
MQ?
I'm on ES, so I already moved my stop to break even. I'm really hoping to get at least this 45. I have a quant right there, so I'm kind of watching this quant. My main level up there is the 50 level, but I'm just taking this for a scalp, so I'm watching this quant. And I'm out.
Nice trade. Let's go. W for Barbie. Yeah, those scalp trades, they're real quick. I don't know if your chart was up.
No, I can't push chart buttons and trade buttons all at the same time.
W
It's on a
for
different
Barbie.
screen, so.
Let's go.
I have a different chart for each account, so when I share, I usually have to go pull that account up to my share chart. That's why. A little fast. All right. Pushing the highs. We'll see if we end up getting all the way up to that 67.50. I saw a ton of level 2 light up buy real quick, and that's why I did that little scalp. Those don't always work, but that's just a little thing I've been working on.
With like reading the tape.
Yeah. Really sticking to that 45. The 45 is our high right now, so I feel good about booking that, but it is really bullish. This might just keep going
strong.
here. Yeah. So we got the 67.50 up there, which I haven't pulled over onto a NASDAQ level, but it's, let's see, it's probably around the 230.
Maybe we finally break out of that 1,230 point candle on that one Friday we had. Oh my gosh, that was something.
Yeah, Voltron, I've got your chart. I pulled it up like as the little ding, ding, ding was going. So if y'all want to see what Voltron's footprint chart, I wanted to show y'all. So this is what he sent me. We were looking, well, he was looking for an imbalance, and you can see he circled the time right there, and then where the imbalance was right there. So this is what Voltron is looking at when he's making these order flow plans. You can see the candlesticks are inside of there, and then these little numbers that are too hard to see on this chart right now, those are the actual number of orders on the bid side or ask side at each of those price levels. So there'd be this is still a price chart, so the price is on that axis there, and that's what he's looking at. That's what Voltron's big footprint chart. I think he's got this on a massive screen, if I remember right, like one of the big wide screens. Which is always my complaint about the order flow charts, is they take up a lot of space because you want to be able to read all those little numbers. Yeah, so Voltron's saying he looks at the ES footprint chart even to trade NASDAQ. And I was actually wondering about that. That was something that I wanted to ask him, because the volume is a lot heavier on ES. So even if you want to trade NASDAQ, they should kind of trade together. And so you can kind of take your entry when the ES is getting down to that spot, you can take that entry on NASDAQ. And y'all have seen me do that before. I have different accounts that I'll play different ways too. Sometimes we'll get a stronger move on one or the other, so I'll take it in both accounts, but it's the same idea.
Wow, Voltron, the screen is 49 inches.
Yeah, that's a big one.
That's a big one.
I will say the 327 inches is a bit much too. I kind of think I could have gone a little bit less ridiculous on that.
Yeah, shadow. It is a TV at that point.
All right, we got up to 48.25, not quite up to that 50 area, but I am still really expecting that to be support. I'll pull back over to this hourly chart so you can see why. This is the spot that we lost. So we had been just chopping inside of that box. The 67.50 level is our breakout point. That's when we broke that box, when we had that big dramatic China tariff news candle. So that is literally where we are right now. That's why I'm looking for that to be resistance up here, because that's going to be breaking out of below that box, breaking back into the box basically. And getting it there, this is a bull objective right now, to get over that 67.50 level and then hold it. Couldn't do it last week, so we'll see if this is the moment.
Ooh, NQ is making new highs, pushing.
When I need a runner, but I didn't play it that way today.
Going. Do you ever do runners on scalps, Barbie, or is it just like get in, get out?
Not really.
Yeah.
The morning opening candle things, yeah, I've learned not to expect too much out of that.
We shall see if I get stopped out. My stop is at 25,221. In 1 micro, the power of 1 micro. I caught some of the short in the Globex open last night, or not the open, part of the opening, like once the account was activated. And the account was up about $300. And so if I take a loss on this, it's okay. We will still end the day with about $100. Rotating accounts is key. Barbie, you've shared that with us. Rotating accounts. Rotate, rotate, rotate.
Yeah, and part of it is I wanted to trade really aggressively and trade all my accounts at once, but I was really struggling with it. And maybe I will get back to that at some point where I'm copying more than I am right now. I don't copy that much right now. But mentally, it's just helped me a lot to rotate through them and kind of see each one as an objective, because I'm working on a video for this. I just didn't get it out last week, but I'm trying to explain how I strategize how much I want to kind of target for each account before I move on. And it's probably a lot lower than you think, because it just keeps everything moving a lot more smoother. And I originally come up with this plan for a different prop firm. So that's one of the projects I'm doing right now, is tailoring it more towards MyFundedFutures, because honestly, I just hadn't really done that yet. And I think it's really important when you sign up for a new firm to actually spend time going through the rules and figuring out how to optimize your trades that way. That's not been a strength of mine this year, so I'm working on that.
Yeah, such a great reminder.
Did we get our 50? Yeah, we did. We got the 50. So we'll see if this is where we take a breath, or if we can get back in there. The VIX is still dropping, so we might have something interesting. The VIX opened up below 20 for the first time in a little bit. There's the VIX. So there's the 20 level right there. We opened up below it. And you can see we've been higher since the 15th. So that's where the VIX is. This is the lowest the VIX has been in basically 5 days, I guess. So we'll see if this is the one that does it.
Very bullish.
And while I'm on this chart, we can point out that all of the indexes are pumping. So that's all the pinks and purples and blues. This is the main 4 indexes. And then I watch the US dollar too. It depends on kind of the economic climate we're in, how much watching the dollar will help. Sometimes it'll work a lot like the VIX. It's decoupled right now, but the VIX is not. So. All right, here we're back to the 5-minute chart just to watch. See if that 67.50 was the spot. INTC folks were sitting pretty good this morning, I think. We're challenging that high from last week. See if we can get through it.
Such a big earnings week. When you showed us that chart, how Tesla's reporting this week, and the banks started reporting last week. I did hear results from one bank earnings, and it sounded very positive.
Which one was that?
Let me look.
This is the one I pulled for this week, and Tesla is probably the biggest hitter. Netflix will be big too, I would expect.
I think it was JP Morgan.
Oh, yeah. Some of these, even though they're big names, they're not as exciting to play.
So when I listen to earnings, the reports, I like to kind of get a feel for the fundamentals, like what are people saying? Is it very positive? Do they beat expectations? Are they looking at increasing guidance? Is that something you look at too, Barbie?
I'm not one who sits there and reads through all of the earnings report. We actually have someone else in the trading ranch who's really good at that, so I don't focus on that super specifically. A lot of times when I'm picking my earnings plays, I'm just really looking at the charts and seeing, well, if I think this one could move higher, does the chart support that and that sort of thing, and then we can kind of run it through there. But yeah, it's looking like they've had a lot of good earnings and then good revisions to go along with it. So looking pretty good for JP Morgan. And I just know, just kind of anecdotally, people who have money with JP Morgan are feeling good right now. So I think that they've been doing a good job. Their funds must be doing pretty well. Because I've had friends ask me, like, "Well, do you know about JP Morgan? That account's been doing really good." Oh yeah, Boba, I'm with you. When are we going to get to 40 on Intel? Hopefully before earnings on Friday or Thursday. It's after the close Thursday. So if we hold any runners through that, I want to close out of those by Thursday. If we're holding any runners by that point, that'll be a Friday morning thing. I'll have to do that on vacation. We'll see. Yeah, Coop, I agree. That's why I was originally interested in INTC, just because of all of the stuff that's going on in the AI world right now, and then really just the semis in general. We'll see. No pullback in sight so far.
Oh,
I
Queen
think I
of
got that
Trade.
scalp.
Queen of Trades just made 22K in a paper account.
Oh, nice.
Nice. Wishing it was a real one, but it's like such good practice, right?
Sometimes I do that just because I want to see what it's like to play with the big guys without using my account, obviously. So I'll do that and I'll go take some massive position just to see how it moves. I like that. And that can definitely be goals.
Mm-hmm. Manifesting.
Pull out over here. I just wanted to look at a target up here. We could end up getting some real craziness at the end of the week. The market does have room to move significantly, really, in both directions. Hopefully CPI is a party.
Hopefully,
All I'm saying.
it's on Friday, right? Friday, I think.
Yeah, I mean the markets, the ranges are expanding. So if that continues this week, we could end up with a pretty massive Friday. Well, here's a poll. Now that you've seen the open, now that you've cheated off of the open print, no, do you think we're bullish on the day or bearish from this point out?
Are you asking me or are you asking chat? Or all of us?
I'm asking you too. You're part of the community. That's a
Thank
poll
you.
that they posted in the chat there.
Oh, there it is. I don't know. I'm not sure. I think I did vote at the time, bearish. We will reverse. Anything's possible. I'm seeing lots of bullish. So far, 68%, 67% have voted bullish. We will continue.
Give us a pullback, guys. I want a pullback.
Oh, interesting. Voltron says we just hit PW VPOC, so trap them.
I believe that would be the previous week's volume point of control. I was hoping for a pullback to get long again. Oh well, we'll be patient. I'm gonna be patient. I don't want to go short in this right now. I would rather let the pullback happen and then see with the conditions that we have. This is really setting up for a SPY gap and go, and the VIX is not giving us the short.
Yeah, the 5-minute order people got tagged on the long side. If the 15-minute order people get tagged on the long side, that's pretty powerful.
People ask me about the orb. I'll go over this one again because this setup is a confirmation for the orb. The ES one is in, the NASDAQ one's not. But if you'll notice, I have the midline. I always put the midline on these tools. Let me see if I can make this more clear. We have the high and the low and then the mid-range. When both the ES and the NASDAQ stay above that mid-range, and I don't have the numbers on this. I haven't been bored enough yet, but this has been a really good confirmation for me. It's basically, I mean, the whole idea is the index is agreeing, but this is a really clear way to see that. So we've been in the top half of the box the whole time, and over here we've been in the top half of the box the whole time. The other thing that I worry about sometimes is when we're breaking into resistance, but technically right now we're above, so we'll see if this holds. So that's the orb bot for MES, and then the orb bot for NASDAQ hasn't triggered yet, but it will if we get an ask up there. Well, no, it'll have to be the actual order filled above that.
LG says the balls are in control.
The balls? I was trying to make sure I heard that right, if it wasn't like an accent thing.
You must mean the bulls, LG.
You might mean the balls. I think I just saw, yes. Queen of Trades wants to fade herself. Queen of Trades. You just made 22K on paper. Was that from fading yourself? That did end up right in the right spot. So the ES 6750 level that I was watching, well, I guess it's a little bit below, but it's kind of around that 220 area on NASDAQ. I think I said 230, but VIX is still moving lower. So right now we're just still in the pump. I'm tempted to see if we get a pullback back down to the 50 level now for something.
So the that massive candle that we had on that Friday, the high was 25,388 for that candle.
This is lower probability up here, but
Oh, interesting. Rocky Martin Trade says small caps on fire today. Mr. Russell is on fire. I don't know anyone that trades the Russell.
I will point out that all these other, we're talking about the Dow and the Russell. Oops. I got too many charts open again. The Dow and the Russell, they also have micros. So if you guys wanted to play with those a little bit and kind of see how they move, you can play micros on those too. Still working on that 50 zone up here. See if we can keep going through it. We've got a previous weekly settlement up there. Not last week, but the one before was around 67, or is at 67.63. Another note on that level too that I abbreviated it too much. I have no idea what I was trying to tell myself.
Okay, 15-minute order people are tagged in. Yeah, it's super interesting to see how people trade orbs differently. Like, do they get they get in the trade when the price is hit, or do they wait until the close is above or below? Some people don't look at the wicks at all.
Typical Monday post open slowness right now.
Yeah.
It also makes a lot of sense up here at major resistance because like I pointed out, and this is happening on the NASDAQ chart too, you'll have the same kind of level. Where we had the breakout point is going to be a challenge for the market. So there's going to be people watching that level and orders placed there. And when there's orders placed there, then the market reacts.
Shadow Dragon says, guys, you want to pull back right now? I'll open a long now and you'll get your pullback. That does happen, doesn't it? Sometimes we get into a trade and the exact opposite just happens.
We had an order sitting there for 2 weeks. That's actually a good little trading tip. And I have gotten in the habit of this. I close out all orders. No matter what software you have, you should have a tab that shows what your existing orders are. You have to get in the habit of checking that when you get up and leave. So I don't know if that's when you're disconnecting your account. So you get into some sort of rhythm where you stand up and leave, you check that orders tab, see what's hanging out there. Because I think we've all been there at some point. You could be in the other room and then you hear order filled. And you're like, what? Excuse me? Oops.
Yeah. Oops. Yeah, Queen of Trades agrees, has lost so many counts like that. It's easy to forget.
It is. That's why I always try to build it into something I'm doing anyway. That's just the way my brain works. If I'm doing this, then I can add another task to it, and it's easier than just trying to remember that initial task. So it's like stand up, check the orders tab.
Make it like automatic.
It's like when I'm getting ready to stand up, check the orders tab.
Yes,
Boba, I'm not streaming today after MyFunded, but I will stream tomorrow after MyFunded.
Oh no, Rolex says I lost 4K on a sim funded because I had an open stop order. Ugh, Yeah,
That's
and
how you learn that lesson, honestly,
yeah. And like
sadly.
sometimes it's like the order might be so far away that you don't see it. So when you look at your chart, you're like, oh, it's fine. And like all the orders are gone. And then you forgot to hit like
Yeah,
exit
because it's too far
all.
away.
Yeah, exactly. I've done it before too, where I hit exit all only on that one ticker symbol, but I didn't like exit all orders across the entire accounts, just in case.
Yeah, I don't know
Yeah.
if TradingView or Trade of 8 rather. I think they do. They have an orders window that you can add or an orders widget, and that'll include all your assets, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the one that I would be talking about on Trade of 8. Just if you don't have it up all the time, I think on mine I have it as a tab. So positions is one, and then orders is another in that little section.
Mm.
And I have a similar setup on NinjaTrader because I originally was trading futures on Trade of 8. So it started out a copy of my Trade of 8 onto NinjaTrader. But yeah, however you can set up that orders tab, it's a good way to handle that.
Oh,
Yeah.
shadow.
Exit all, cancel all. Oh, go ahead. What was Shadow talking about?
Oh, funny. So Shadow earlier was like, if I take a long, I'll give you guys that pullback because if I hop in long, the market will reverse. And he's like, I'm not even
Oh.
kidding. I just opened a long, and now look, there's a small pullback. I was just gonna say, you took one for the family.
I think that you
Kidding.
were thinking, well, if it keeps going up this much, surely it's not going to come back down. Is that thought process? That's why it's always patience, patience, patience. I would rather miss a good trade than chase a bad one, and that comes from experience, but not the good kind.
Yeah, we learn a lot from the bad experiences and mistakes. And sometimes you have to learn many times before you're like, okay, finally, I don't want to touch that hot stove again. We're almost closing that first 30-minute candle.
Terry,
Yeah.
we need to know if the balls are still in control.
So far, it looks like it, but it can change anytime. The balls might not be in control.
I heard my phone. My Siri got excited about that.
Let's ask Siri.
I was about to call someone whose name started with ball.
I want to know who this friend is.
It's the first part of her last name.
Oh, okay.
not actually their name. Are y'all watching the what's it called? The chart with the balls. Bookmap. Are y'all watching Bookmap?
That's what I pictured when I read that comment about the balls. I pictured Bookmap.
Here it goes. Here's the little patience part. I mean, we are inside of that previous consolidation range, but barely. So that's what I'm interested to see if we hold. So down here was a little bit safer long. The long up here, this is when I want things to really be holding and potentially retesting to get long again, because otherwise we're buying a high at a high. See what I
Mhm.
mean?
Yeah.
But this is looking pretty bullish. Everything, the bullishness has not fallen apart. The
Mhm.
bullishness that we had to open. And we knew there were going to be a lot of orders around the 67.50 based on the fact that it was our breakdown point
Mhm.
back to support and resistance trading.
Like if people want to get out, they're waiting to get out at that price. Waiting. Yeah, we haven't come anywhere near that low price in that first 5-minute candle. Let's see what happens. Any fun plans for the holiday? The Diwali holiday? We have a lot of people watching from India and different parts of Asia. Happy Diwali!
You're long from the opening and now wait. Yeah, that's pretty much the program if you're still long. Protect the profits. It's just all bull, no breaks right now.
For real. No real pullback so far.
Whew, pushing, pushing, pushing. Holding over this 50 level makes it decently likely that we go up to the weekly settlement level from a couple weeks ago around 63, and then 80, 82 is the one after that. Let me go check on this other chart. Oops. Yep. That would be kind of midway through the range too. I like that. Okay.
What's gold doing? Oh my goodness. Gold is up over 2% from Friday's close. It is pulling back though, off the hourly. Whoa. Yeah, it seems like I've been hearing more and more people trading gold.
I think we have SK bringing gold more to this community at night.
This is the gold chart, the hourly. New highs.
Where do you
And
think
it
it's
is
headed,
pulling
Terry?
back. Pardon?
Where do you think it's headed? Any feel on it based on that hourly?
Yeah, it looks like it's wanting to go check some prices down here. Gold can move so fast. And the full size contract is ginormous, right? Like this candle that we just closed, the high is 43.17, the low is 43.08. And each point is worth $100.
The VIX is still kind of melting down here, so that's supporting this bullish trade. We can go check in on this. I really do watch this. I have this on the top of one of my screens all the time. So I'm always kind of watching what VIX is doing relative to the other guys. Who was talking about small caps? Small caps are doing the worst now.
Oh, it's rolling over?
Yeah. You know, as long as we get Intel 40 by like Wednesday, I'm good.
Go Intel.
That's not a small cap, but that's my kind of. I knew I was leaving this week, and I was like, I have to take that Intel. Just looks too juicy. All right, let's keep climbing up. Bulls on parade with their balls. Yeah, we got a poll. Do you think that we're going to fill the spiders gap today? I'll put that one up over here so y'all can see it.
Oh, the yes has started to come down a little bit. Now it's at 60%.
This would be the spiders gap we're talking about.
57%. It's looking super strong right now. Looking like it could be a trend day. Wait and see. I know Linda Rashke has shared that if in the first 30 minutes price doesn't go and check back the low of the 5-minute candle, just kind of takes off, that it can potentially be a trend day. It's setting up that way, but we will see.
Oops. Okay. We're using our crystal balls, right? Those are the balls. Yeah, if you're not long, you're hoping for a pullback, but the market's not really offering much of that today. We are holding above the 6750 level on ES, which I will point out puts us back into this old range and hopefully out of this range that we've been in most recently. This is the same objective I was talking about last week when we didn't quite make it those 2 days. And so we do need to watch that high from last week that's coming up. And we are the bulls are definitely trying to reclaim this little green box up here.
And Q is up by about 1%.
It's
See what we get.
Range 30. Get your free reset. There's 30 of them. Let us know if you got one.
Go, 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 go. Get it, get it, get it, get it. Range 30. Go, 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 go. You get one, Terry?
No, I leave them for all y'all to get them.
Fever's here to stay.
Who got it?
Who got it? I'm seeing not working. Did anyone get it?
They always say that. They'll be able to tell in the back end if somebody got it.
True. And they will fix it if for some reason it really did break. We have very good tech mechanics, the best. Oh, Bivor got it. Congrats. Roan here got it. Let's go.
See, the people who got it were too busy getting it.
Ah, yes, exactly. Ivan got it. Laihun got it. Let's go. Congratulations to the winners. If you did not get one, there will be more throughout the day. Ooh, Doe got it. Congrats, Doe.
Is that a first win? You do have to be fast on those. That's why we have multiple styles of giveaways that are done throughout the week. So stay tuned.
Yes. I think one of my favorite type of giveaways is when it's like the top chatters get to win an account because it encourages like participation, which I love. That's one of my favorites. What's your favorite one, Barbie? Favorite type?
Well, I'm a little bit biased because I do giveaways on my channel too, but we started doing a ranch race and I'm enjoying that because it's a little more, it's interactive. We get to kind of watch everybody race across the screen. But I like having a variety because, I mean, YouTube does have a built-in latency. That's just the way streaming works. And in theory, everyone should be pretty close on the same latency, but I know stuff gets weird. So I like spreading it out to where the people who, I know some of y'all are on eBay sniping these auctions. You got all those sniper skills and you're good at that one. And then I like how we reward the regulars for chatting and asking good questions too. Those are some of my favorites when we don't even know. All of a sudden, Abhishek has awarded some accounts and it's awesome.
Yes, like when it's a surprise. Yeah, it is fun, the variety, different ones. We haven't done the wheel in a long time. Remember the wheel?
I do. We've had to use it on. I used it on my channel one time when the bot broke down, but I had the list of names. It's like, that's okay. I know what to do. The wheel.
Chat, what is your favorite type of giveaway? Type in chat. I'm so curious. Queen says, I think we should do the race for accounts. Yes,
Do a ranch
Raphael.
race? I can ask him if we can load that on this stream one of these days too.
That would be fun. Raphael Trace says we are adrenaline junkies.
Yeah.
I saw the wheel. Wheels. Dana likes the screen. Yes, so I'm seeing a variety, which is good that we do a variety of different giveaways. Okay, market is giving us a little pullback here. Let's see how far of a pullback we can get.
All right, how big of a pullback are we going to get? This is what I was watching here to see if we get down to 67.50. So that is here. Which is right at VWAP right now.
Hmm.
VIX is still melting down, so I'm still keeping an eye on that, see how close we get to this VWAP here.
Oh, Ivan is asking, Barbie, if you still use the Mo roll strategy.
Yeah, I still use them for sure. It's not so much a strategy as a confirmation or something that helps me kind of find the bias and the rollover spots. But yeah, so I've got the Mo roll down here, and it's pointing to all bullish. Don't go short right now because we've been holding above the 0 line, and it is starting to roll over here. And that's what I'm looking to see if we're gonna. Right now we have this structure right here where we're holding the VWAP. Made a pump, and now we've got a little bit of something that we're holding. So this could potentially be a stampede short, but the reason I'm not going to mess with the shorts is because of VIX and because of this holding strong here. So this is kind of that point where I would be watching for things to roll over. And sure enough, they're trying to roll over.
Oh, my stomach just growled. Did you hear that?
No, did not
Oh,
hear your
good.
stomach.
I'm glad you didn't hear it. I just like, it's a new mic. I'm like, I wonder how sensitive it is. Just growled. Processing the coffee.
Voltron says sellers are starting to show some strength. We'll see. We are at that spot. So this is the other. If you're looking for a short, this is how I would trade it. Is waiting for that level to have a break because we have a trend line and a level there. So it's a stampede setup. But I have been fine waiting for the pullbacks to go long lately. So. Oh no! The sellers pulled their orders. I'm also trying to structure my morning a little bit because I'm only trading this first session here, and then I have to go take care of some stuff. So might be a little bit of a bias there. But what were you finding interesting, Terry?
Oh, that Voltron said that the sellers pulled their orders. I wonder how much like market manipulation still happens. They're not supposed to be able to like get away with stuff like that, right? I will always wonder about
They can
that.
pull and put orders all day long, just like you and me. What do you mean?
Oh, just that it is a rule that if you don't have an intention in actually executing the order, that is against the rules with CME. That's what I mean. That
Yeah, but things can change based on quick little price movements.
yes,
And sometimes
absolutely.
and sometimes that order's still there, but they're rotating it to a later time or later setup, something like that.
Yes, no Sequi said spoofing. Yes, spoofing is illegal. Yes, true, exactly. Dave Mack, impossible to prove that though.
The same as we do too. Like we might put an order down there because we're gonna wait and we're gonna buy when we get this retracement or whatever it is. But we could change our mind and cancel that order. It's like, oh, this is getting a little scary though. I don't want to buy that anymore. And then we pull it. I mean, things do change live. So it's the
Mhm.
same thing. They don't have to keep their order out there just because they're bigger.
NQ is wanting to test that high. Oh, Voltron, someone is asking what platform do you use?
Still strong, stonks.
Yes,
Oh,
Voltron says that he uses quant towers.
yeah, I think anyone who's using the higher level data, they're not going to be on, TradingView or one of these lower end ones. There's a higher resolution data available on some of the more professional platforms. That's why I'm on NinjaTrader. A lot of people like Quant Tower. For some reason, I ended up on NinjaTrader, but I think I could have just as easily ended up on Quant Tower. They're both really good platforms. Let's see if we're going to break this high. Oh, there goes ES. Nasdaq's not there yet.
NASDAQ is almost there.
Push! Push! I did buy when we dipped down there. So, and the orb is still long. I'm still watching Intel too. I want Intel to move. Let's go, Intel. Get with the program. I got stuff to do. Let's go.
Is your Intel trade a swing trade, like for the week?
We got into it last week. So
Sweet.
we got to get out of it before the end of day Thursday. Where's your duck? Mythos here.
Mythos here.
Is that real Mytho? I have to make sure. Since we got all these weird, yeah, that's real Mytho.
Hey.
YouTube changed our usernames the other day. Mine's not Bull Barbie anymore. It's Bull Barbie Trading.
Oh. Methodical Man will be on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday this week on the morning show.
I hear he might be on later today too. Let's see. Huh?
Sweet. Let's go. W for Methodical Man. She's pushing. All right. NQ made new highs. 25,263 is a new high. Ooh, and she's still going.
There it is. He's making it official. It's Mytho official now. That he's going to be on with Tom later. That'll be a fun segment. I'm going to have to try to watch that one. All right, we're coming up to that weekly settlement level up there at 68.
How's the
That's
Oh, Barbie, how's the 15-minute orb? Is it close to TP?
Let's see. The NASDAQ one is about to trail, and the ES one has trailed. So not yet. Go, market, go. That's all we do now. Bull mode only.
NQ is up almost 300 points from Friday's close, New York closing price. The balls are in charge, Barbie. They're still in charge.
Always.
Team balls. Oh, nice. Mr. Delusional is only needs 286 for TP. Let's go. Let's go, Voltron. Made a quick $600 on that one.
Let's go. So let's see, where are we? We're above last week's high on on NASDAQ, not on ES.
Oh, Ash is in the house.
Morning, Ash.
Good morning, Ash. Everyone give Ash a warm welcome. Let's quick say hi to Ash before we take off.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, Ash?
Happy Monday.
Happy Monday.
Yeah, it's a good one so far. Especially if you got long. But
how
I
is
would-
your
I would absolutely love for us to get out of this range. I mean, last week's chop was just way
Yeah.
too much. So get us moving again.
yeah, we are. I was pointing out that at least on ES, and it should be on NASDAQ also, we are now trading above the breakdown level from that range that we lost, that we were trading last week. So now hopefully we stay up here and we're out of that range. I was wanting it last week. We finally got it, I think, this week.
Well, someone just keep Trump's hands off his phone, and maybe we could just keep on moving.
Sounds good. Did you have a good weekend, Ash?
I actually had to finish my yard work, so yes, it was a productive weekend, but man, am I a little sore now.
Oh, like the leaves? Did you have to rake leaves or mow the grass?
So I was doing mulching. So I put a new bed of mulch down around all the garden areas, and then I also did power washing. So believe it or not, the power washing was the harder one, and I am hurting now because of it.
Oh man, it is nice, isn't it, to like get away from the charts and to do like house things and get grounded or to be in nature. I love it.
It was very nice. How about you guys? How was your weekend?
It was good, very busy. Yeah, I went to an apple orchard. I haven't done that yet, which is a surprise because I grew up in the Midwest and like, I was sitting there and I'm thinking, I can't believe it took me this long to finally go get my booty to an apple orchard. Yeah, it was fun though.
Well, feel free to send me over an apple pie. I could crush one of those right now.
Oh, that sounds so good. I had apple crisp with ice cream, hot apple crisp with ice cream, hot apple cider. It was delicious. And a brat. That was good too.
Good. It sounds like a good weekend.
Yeah. Oh, Barbie, any final thoughts before we head out for the day?
I think I kind of covered it when Ash came on real quick, but yeah, I was looking to at some point, and it's finally happened today, to get above the 6750 level on ES, which is inside of this green box. So we've got the green box where we were in a range and broke down, and we haven't been able to hold back inside of that range. Here we are. So I want to see if we're really going to hold inside of this. If we hold over 6750, I'm hoping we can kiss all this price action goodbye and start something new. So let's do it.
Let's do it. Ash, have a great show. Everyone, thank you for tuning in and spending the morning with us. And we will see you bright and early tomorrow morning.
All righty. Have a nice day.
Thank you. You too. Bye.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Good morning or good day, depending on where you're from. Welcome back to another week. Brand new week, brand new opportunity to gain more conviction in our business. Let's continue to keep showing up. Let's continue to keep relentlessly working and learning every single chance we can get. So I'm just going to take some time to welcome everybody into my segment, and then we'll start to get into some of the information. Beautiful move higher here. Love to see that the bulls are stepping back into the market. We'll cover that in a moment. I just want to say good morning to everybody and see how everybody's doing. So, how did everybody's weekend go? Happy Monday. Welcome back to the market. Let's see who we have here today. Good morning, Emma. Good morning, Bilo. Good morning, Rocky Mountain Trader. Good morning, Green. Good morning, Ben Jack. Good morning, Dave. Good morning, Natish. Good morning, HMH. Good morning, Abdul. Good morning, Punisher. Good morning, Dragon. Good morning, Mathematica. Good morning, Michelle. Ezra, good morning. Christian, good morning. Raphael, good morning. Primal, good morning. Maya, good morning. Guarani Trades, good morning. Mr. Chippy, good morning. Dana, good morning. MM, good morning. Trading Positivo, good morning. Noah Skew, good morning. Ricardo, good morning. Icy Vein, good morning. Billa, good morning. The DJ Day Trader, how are you? Parmeet, good morning. Nate, good morning. Cookie, good morning. Mr. Delusional, good morning. So I hope everybody had a nice weekend. Hope everybody got a chance to do something good for their soul. Hopefully everybody got a chance to reset and recharge and get ready for this week's action. Everybody knows how I approach the week, and it's going to stay the same here. So we're going to start the segment with our weekly outlook. We need to make sure that we create a game plan. That way we understand what we're looking for within price action heading into the week. So we're going to go through our assets. We're going to make sure we create a weekly game plan. That way that we have a bias throughout the week and we know what type of information to look for. We're going to start on EU because I would like to end on NQ and ES. because we day trade NQ and ES. So let's get through EU, the dollar, oil, then we'll get to ES and NQ. If you guys no longer like to see EU or the dollar or oil, feel free to throw it in the chat. But I was doing it because majority of the community asked questions about it. So if you guys don't have any questions, then we could only focus on NQ and ES. But I think there's some interest there. So let's finish the weekly outlook. And if you guys object to that, we'll change it moving forward. But for a weekly outlook, I get out onto the daily chart. I'm looking at swing highs, swing lows, and FVGs. So the most recent information shows a bullish FVG here. So I would like to see this area of price act as support for higher prices. I like to be bullish when price is at a bullish FVG. I like to be bearish when price is at a bearish FVG. Right? So it's a very easy explanation here. I will be looking for higher prices on euro, looking for euro to move to this swing high here. Okay, so let me make this a little easier to understand, and we'll go like this. All right, so looking for this area to be support, looking for a move to this target here. Okay, so bullish on euro. Let's head over to the dollar. Same exact analysis, just inverse. The dollar is inversely correlated to euro. It should be moving in the opposite direction of euro. And whether you want to use this FVG here, right? So you have this one here or this one here, right? I'm looking at this area to be resistance for lower prices to the swing low. Okay, so bearish on the dollar, bullish on euro, right? Either FEG is fine, whether it wants to come up here and tap into it, or if we just get a rejection from this one here. Both of them are areas of interest to be bearish. Okay, so bullish on euro, bearish on dollar. Very simple explanation here. We're just looking at swing highs, swing lows, and FVGs. I want to be bearish when price is at a bearish FVG. I look at that as an area of resistance. I want to be bullish when price is at a bullish FVG. I want to see that area be an area of support. That is the reason why I'm looking for lower prices. I'm looking at this to be resistance and for price to head lower. Okay, so bullish on euro, bearish on dollar. Let's head over to oil. Oil already completed the move that I was looking for here. Okay, so same exact analysis, but oil already completed the move, right? We had a bearish FEG here, right? So using this as an area of resistance and looking for price to head to the low. Okay, so I don't have a bias here. In my opinion, I think this bias has been completed already. So this is the bias that I would have. And what I'm saying is you already got price tapping into the FEG and you already got the move to the target. Okay, so in my opinion, the bearish bias on oil has already been completed. Okay, so this would be a moment in time for me where I don't need to have a bias. You do not need to have a bias at all times. In fact, you should be capable of identifying when the objective to the position has been completed. And if the ideas that we're using is a move from the FEG to the low, that idea has been completed. Okay, so I'll wait on oil. I do not need to have a bias here. in my opinion, the move lower on oil has been completed already. Okay, so there is euro. So bullish on euro, bearish on dollar, and no bias on oil. NQ and ES. Okay, we have a bearish FEG here, but now here is your example of when to know invalidation to an area. Okay, so price is invalidating this bearish FEG, right? So what I'm trying to say is if we were going to get rejected from this area of resistance, then we should not be going above that area. Okay, so in my opinion, we are invalidating this bearish FEG. So very classic saying here. When resistance is broken, we look to see if that area becomes support, right? So resistance was broken. So I now want to see if that area becomes support for higher prices. Okay. We will target new all-time highs. And so same exact thing here for NQ, right? It's the correlated pair. It should be moving the same at the same time, right? So if this area is supposed to be resistance, right? If it's supposed to be resistance, we've broken out of resistance. We've gone above it. So now that we've broken out of resistance, we're looking to see if that area can now be turned into support for continued higher prices. And we'll target new all-time highs. All right, so quick recap. Bullish on euro, bearish on dollar, no bias on oil, bullish on ES, bullish on NQ. There's our weekly outlook for the week. Okay, the purpose of doing this is that we create a game plan so that we understand what to move forward with, so that we understand what type of positions to be looking for. The purpose of doing this is that we're on the higher time frames, right? So we get our bias from the higher time frame because, in my opinion, the higher time frame holds more influence than a lower time frame, right? The overall direction of price action should be determined by a higher time frame, is what I'm trying to say. A 1-minute price fluctuation, a 30-second price fluctuation does not determine the overall direction of price action. A higher time frame does. In my opinion, a higher time frame is the daily or higher. A medium time frame is an hourly chart. A lower time frame is a 5-minute chart or a 1-minute chart. Okay, so now that I've completed our weekly outlook, I'm just going to give a few minutes for chat to ask any questions. I was focusing on the weekly outlook, so if you put a question in the chat while I was going over that information, I wasn't able to see it because I was focusing on the chart. So throw it back into chat. If I missed your question, put it back into chat and we can go over it now. I'm looking to see if chat has any questions about the weekly outlook before we move into intraday action. Ash, can you look at NG? Yeah, let's take a quick look. That is natural gas. Okay, so let's take a look. Got a gap up there. After sweeping out all these lows. Right, so this would be external. It looks like we swept out the lows here. And it's filling these gaps here. So in my opinion, this bullish move has already been completed, right? So if we've swept a swing low, the next thing we would want to target is an FEG, and it already ran into a couple FEGs. So this is kind of the same thing as oil, in my opinion, in regards to it made its move already. Okay, so I don't really have an opinion on natural gas here. The move I would have wanted to look for is being bullish below a swing low, targeting something internal. That move's already been completed. So kind of the same thing here as oil in regards to needing more information, right? At this moment in time, then I would be looking for, now price is at a bearish FEG, what type of reaction occurs there? Okay, so wait for the daily candle to close there. See what type of reaction occurs to the bearish FEG. See if that's resistance or see if we invalidate it and turn it into support. That's what I would have to say about natural gas. Your outlook on gold. Let's take a look at gold. Gold, in my opinion, we just tapped into a bullish FEG, right? So you had the bullish FEG here that we tapped into on Friday. If I could get this to work properly. Okay, so it looks like we found an area of support, right? This is the support right here. So a bullish FEG acting as support, and it looks like it's reaching for the high. So internal to external, bullish there. And the last thing that I have to say about this is trend is your friend until the end of the trend. I've said it many times, and I'll continue to keep saying it. I don't know how to make this any more clear other than zooming out, right? Gold is moving higher, right? I don't know how else to, explain the fact that we are moving to the top right of the chart, and we continue to keep doing so. So do not try to be the hero, right? If you're going to try to be the individual that says this is the top, I'm going to try to pick the reversal and I'm going to short the top. Well, look how many times you probably would have gotten ran over, right? Ran over, ran over, ran over, ran over, ran over. Don't try to be the hero. Don't try to call the top. In my opinion, it's a better trade to be aligned with the higher time frame order flow. Trend is your friend until the end of the trend. Allow price to do something that specifically states we have turned around before suggesting that it turned around. Okay, so that's what I have to say about gold. Trend is your friend until the end of the trend. Don't try to pick the top, stick with the trend. So if you're finding any value from any of these weekly outlooks, if you're finding any value from any of the hosts, if you're finding any value from any of the giveaways that we do every single week, do us a favor, hit the like button, sub to the channel, turn the notifications on. We've been working and learning every single week since we started this community, and we plan to continue to keep doing so. So again, before we move into intraday action, feel free to throw any type of questions or information in there about the weekly outlook, right? Any type of higher time frame questions, any kind of bias questions. It doesn't have to be about NQ or ES. It could be about other assets. We're just going over biases first. We're making sure that we get a top-down analysis completed. So feel free to throw any questions or comments in the chat. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to take a sip of water while you guys do that. Alrighty. NQ now short. So that's the same exact thing that I have to say about gold. Trend is your friend until the end of the trend. I would not be trying to pick a top here. Stay hydrated, 110%. If anybody could take any type of value home today, it would be to stay hydrated. Make sure you're getting your water in. All right, so if no other questions, we can head down into our next portion of the segment, intraday analysis. We can take a look at what's going on for today, what we have for today's price action. Will NASDAQ have a good move November 15th to December because of Christmas? If anybody tries to predict the future, you should run the opposite direction. Okay? Nobody has a crystal ball. Nobody could tell the future. If somebody could tell the future, they wouldn't be here right now because they would be so rich. They would be sitting on their own private island on their own yacht, and they would not be dealing with anything to do with the market because they already know exactly what's going to happen. Okay, so trying to determine what's going to happen from November 15th to Christmas, that's a very bad idea. Don't try to predict the future. You should just be objective to the current information. Just read price action for what it's giving you. Predicting the future, it's not going to fare too well. Trump is meeting with the Australia PM. Yeah, see, if Trump's going to say something, we got to be aware of it. I've said it time and time again, but we need to be aware of anything that Trump does. We could clearly see what they did to the market last week. Anytime he talks, we need to be aware of it. So please do. If you guys see news regarding anything that he's saying, please do bring it to chat, right? So help out the community. Let everybody know about it. 100% tariffs on all kangaroos. Not the kangaroos, man. Not the Joeys, not the little Joeys. They don't deserve that. Kangaroos don't need tariffs. All right, so it doesn't look like there's additional questions coming across, so we can hop into the lower time frames. So in my opinion, the new day opening gap was quite important here, right? So in terms of areas of interest, right? So we saw a gap here, right? So during the Sunday open, right, we had a decent gap up right here. The market closed around 25.33. The market opened around 25.65. Okay, so let's take a look at that real quick, right? So very simple information here. Once again, it's just support and resistance type of analysis. It's all the same thing, whether you want to use different terminology or not, but price ran below the opening price, right? So this is the weekly open, right? Remember how we used last week's open? This is the same exact type of information here, right? So remember last week's open? Look at how important this level is. Remember how last week's open, we were using it as an area of support? Same exact information here, right? Price ran below the opening price. Why would it do that? It would do that to fill the gap, right? Grab liquidity at the opening gap below the opening price. After grabbing liquidity, we find some support at an FVG. Right? Then you get a change in the state of delivery by running back above opening price. Then we turn that area into support and look at the move thereafter. So in terms of intraday action, in my opinion, this one was pretty clear, right? If in other words, what I usually analyze here is fair value gaps, swing highs or swing lows, right? So when price is at a bullish fair value gap, you look to see if that area becomes support. It sure did, right? Look at how it became support here. Very clear support, right? That being support is very clearly seen because even if you don't grab it while it's in the gap, look at the candle closure, right? This is a very clear hammer candle and it closes much higher after getting supported from it. So we grab liquidity below the opening price and then we come back into the opening gap. And once again, it's used the same exact way. Any gap is used either as support or resistance. So seeing price get supported by the weekly open, seeing price get supported by the opening gap, this morning the bulls make complete sense, in my opinion. Right? So tell me, how were you guys viewing the market this morning? What did you see heading into today's price action? And throw an L in chat if you got long, throw an S in chat if you got short. What were you guys looking at this morning? Longs or shorts? Were you looking for longs or shorts? So far, the majority of people are saying longs. Almost everybody's saying longs. A couple shorts in there, but almost everybody's saying longs. Barely anybody saying short. Very good job, chat. Very good job. So then the next question, are you green or red on the day? Throw a 1 in chat if you're green on the day. Throw a 2 in chat if you're red on the day. Were you able to capture that bias? Were you able to execute that bias? Did you get some profit from the longs? Yes or no? Throw a 1 in chat if you're green on the day and throw a 2 in chat if you're red on the day. Because it's one thing to be able to analyze information. It's a completely separate skill to be able to execute information, right? Being an analyst is one thing. Being an operator is something completely different. Yeah, there was AWS issues this morning for the people that are mentioning that. So any platform that's using AWS, you'll definitely see those issues. So that's actually a good little side conversation that maybe we should have. Risk management is not just on the chart. Risk management is not, in your P&L. Risk management is also within your technology and your systems that you're using. So, for example, chat, who's noticed the different camera angle this morning? This goes along with the conversation. I'm not just blabbering here. It is actually important. Who noticed the different camera angle this morning? So I'm on a laptop, and I'm on a laptop because I need to be using a hotspot right now. I'm using a hotspot right now because my fiber went down this morning. So again, there are things outside of the chart that determines risk management, right? Like if you know that your platform's not working properly, do you really want to be executing right now? Right? Like if you're not sure that your order is going to get executed, do you think it's a good idea to execute? Seriously. Like risk management is not just on the chart. It's not just in your P&L. You have to make sure that your technology is working properly, that your systems are working properly. There's no reason to submit an order if you're not sure that the platform is going to work properly. Right? It's in my opinion, it's a very simple decision. Patience is truly a virtue. Right? If you wake up in the morning and you see that your internet is not working properly, maybe you shouldn't submit an order. If you wake up in the morning and you see that your platform isn't working properly, maybe you shouldn't submit an order on that platform, right? Like, what happens if you submit an order and then you go to put your stop loss in, but the stop loss never gets executed, and now you go and blow the account because the platform wasn't working properly? Then what? Right? It is your responsibility. I understand that it's AWS that's having issues, but it's also you as an independent thinker making the choice to risk or not. So you need to be aware about stuff like that. It's not just a chart. You have to take complete ownership of every aspect of your business. This is your business. Give it the respect that it deserves. The results that you want to see is going to come from the discipline, the patience, your ability to provide the respect to your business that it deserves. So this is a part of the business. If your technology is not working properly, you need to be aware of that. Thank you for pointing that out for the individuals in chat that mentioned it. Yes, AWS was having issues this morning, so there are some platforms that were seeing issues because of it. So that's a part of risk management right there. I know that was an off-topic conversation, but we need to talk about that. Ash, you look super tall from this angle. Keep it up. No, the fiber guy is actually here right this moment, so the internet will go right back to normal. We'll be right back to being at the desk tomorrow morning. So, back to intraday action. In my opinion, trend is your friend until the end of the trend. It looks like a very trendy day. Okay, so like for example, let's throw one of these on. We've done this before and we can do it again. We've talked about this in the past. I'll talk about it again. All right, so we're getting a very trendy day. So this is why I'm bringing up the trend lines, or these are EMAs to be exact, but it is a form of trend, right? So the 9 EMA is your short-term trend. The 21 EMA is your support or resistance. And the 55 EMA is your longer-term trend, right? So look at how we're treating that short-term trend. This is just beautiful. This is beautiful. And this is beautiful, right? So in my opinion, I would not go against the trend. Trend is your friend until the end of the trend. So let's hop down here into a lower time frame and see if we get that same information, right? So if we're here at our shorter term trend, if we're here at an area of support or resistance, do we see continuation from here or not? Okay, so next, I love doing these predictions with you all as well, because I like to see how you guys view the market as well. Chat, do you think that we'll get another new high of day, right? Are we going to be able to run above 322? So let's take a look. Let me just go out here real quick too. I want to see where I want to just point out the new all-time high as well. Give me 2 seconds. All right, we have a little bit more time before that. That's at 394. So, all right, chat, that will be the prediction for today. All right, I made that line way too long. Give me a couple more seconds here. All right, chat, that'll be the prediction for today. Do we make a new all-time high today? Yes or no? Will the trend continue? Is the trend actually our friend? Will we make a new all-time high today? Yes or no? Throw into chat what you think your prediction is. Yes or no to new all-time highs? This is new all-time high right here. We got about, how many points is that? So about another 80 points. Chat, is trend our friend? Right? So taking a look at something like this. Is trend our friend? Will we get new all-time highs? Yes or no? What do you think? See what chat thinks. Question is, will we see new all-time highs? Type a yes in the chat if you think so. Type a no in the chat if you don't think so. All right, seems pretty 50-50. Seems pretty 50-50. All right, so half say yes, half say no. Let's see if trend is truly our friend or not. Right, shorter term trend here. That's why I have the risk to reward, the entry at the 9 EMA. Let's see if the shorter term trend provides support again to reach higher for new all-time highs. Let's see who gets the prediction correct. So we got our weekly outlook done. We went over our questions for the bias. We talked about the importance of that opening price. Last week's weekly open was very important. Oh, did I mess this up? Maybe it's a little higher. That line looks a little crooked there. Just a bit crooked there. Okay. There we go. We talked about the importance of the weekly open. So we got our weekly outlook completed. Then we talked about the importance of the weekly open. Look how important it was last week. Support, support. Let's see how important it is this week. Once again, we grabbed liquidity below it, found support at it. Now we're moving higher. So we got the weekly outlook completed. Then we talked about the weekly opening price. And then we got into some intraday action. And now we got a prediction going as well. See who gets the prediction correct. And we got 20 more minutes for the rest of my segment. Now we can go over any type of questions, any kind of information. It could be any chart. It could be any topic, anything to do trading related. Feel free to throw it in chat and let's start to go over some questions now. Any type of questions, any type of information, feel free to throw it in the chat. Did you get an entry with your model today? No, price just instantaneously ran higher at the open. Okay, so even if you were trying to use this down here as a breaker, right, you have a swing low, a swing high, and then a new low and a new high. So even if you were trying to use that as a breaker, price just sprinted right off of the open, right? So there was no entry there for the model. No, there wasn't. not here on the 5 minute, not here on the 1 minute, right? Same thing here. Here's the open. You have the swing low, you have the swing high, right? So swing low, swing high, new low, new high, but price just sprinted higher, right? So even if you were using this as the breaker, price just immediately ran higher. So no, I did not, and I'm completely okay with that. I'll gladly watch the long-term bags appreciate. That's a great key to diversification. We've talked about it before. You need to be working on the long-term aspects. You need to be working on real estate. You need to be working on crypto. You need to be working on dividends. Day trading is not the only source of income. I'm a firm believer that multiple sources of income is key. Okay, diversify through different accounts. Diversify through different markets. It is a form of risk management. So on days like today, I have no problem watching the market go higher without getting a day trade because my long-term bags are appreciating. I still get to capture the upside just elsewhere. Ash, how do you manage risk so that your losing days don't overcome your winning days? Your losing days need to be smaller than your winning days, right? So let's do a quick example of that. All right, ready? Let's say every single trade, your position size is one contract of NQ. Okay. Let's say when you take a trade, you risk 25 points for a reward of 50 points. Right? So your losers are $500. Your winners are $1,000. Right? So at a 50% win rate, you're going to be profitable because your winners are larger than your losers. So you can lose half of the time and still make money simply by using risk to reward, right? So here's a very simple way of doing that, right? Keeping the same position size, using the same amount of points for risk, using the same amount of points for reward. This is a 1 to 2 risk to reward, and at a 50% win rate, you would be profitable. So a very quick example of how would you manage your risk so that your losing days don't overcome your winning days. Right? So it's very simple. When you go to enter, right? Like let's just say you're entering right here. Doesn't matter where you enter, right? 25 points of risk for 50 points of reward. All right, see 25 here, 50 here. Risk to reward. %60 win rate at 1 to 2 risk to reward. Easier said than done. There's nothing easy about this business. So I don't think anything is easy in this business. But I said 50% win rate. So, you're not going to be at a 90% win rate. If you think that you're looking for a 100% win rate, I hate to tell you, but that is very unrealistic. Okay. For somebody that's just learning this business, you have to give yourself grace. You have to understand that losing is inevitable. You will have losses. The way that you react to those losses are going to be very important. If you have a loss and that causes you to go into some kind of tilt, then you're not managing your risk. You're just trading your emotions. And that tilt is going to be the thing that blows up your accounts. Over trading, oversizing, those are the actual things that cause blowing up accounts. Very simple. Control your actions. Control your mind. Control your thoughts. Don't allow that to happen. There's nothing easy about this business. if price are making higher highs and higher lows, who are willing to buy at the top? Maybe I'm not exactly understanding the question. If there's any way that you can ask the question differently, if price are making higher highs and higher lows, who are willing to buy at the top? I'm not exactly sure what that question means. I'm sorry. If you can ask it any other way, that'd be appreciated. Is that EMA that you have? Yes, this is 9 EMA, 21 EMA, and 55. I would say 53 to 55% win rate is more realistic. I would say a 40 to 50% win rate is realistic. Who buys at premium? In my opinion, this market's always in a premium. So I don't follow the whole premium and discount thing. We've been exponentially growing for the entirety of this market. So in my opinion, I don't follow the whole premium and discount thing. This market's always been in a premium. We just continue to keep crushing new all-time highs. So if new all-time highs is not a premium, then I really don't know what is. So I don't really do the whole premium and discount thing. And the second thing that I have to say about that is if you know anything about a bullish market's not going to go into a discount to give you a long opportunity, right? Like take a look at today's price action, right? We sprinted higher off the open and we've never been back to a discount ever since. So price doesn't go back to a discount to give you that long opportunity. If there are many participants, such as market makers, institutions, banks, hedge, retailers, if the price are making higher highs and higher lows, which participants are willing to buy at the top? I have no clue. I don't focus on that. That's not something that I do. I don't care who's buying here. I'm focused on my trading business. I'm focused on my own risk management. I don't need to know if market makers are buying here. Matter of fact, market makers, they're just there to provide liquidity. So yeah, they are always buying and selling, actually. Institutions, banks, hedge funds, retailers, I have no clue where they're buying. That's not what I'm, that sounds like information overload, in my opinion. That's not something that I need to know. What I need to know is how to manage my own risk, how to execute a trade, how to get in and out of that trade and complete orders. That's what we need to focus on. And let alone the fact that I'm not going to speak for other people, right? If I have no clue what the market makers are doing, I have no clue what the institutions are doing, the other retailers. I don't think this is a we business. This is a you versus you business. It doesn't matter what other people are doing. You just need to focus on your own risk management. And please don't think I'm being rude. I'm being honest. I'm just being straightforward and transparent. Like I'm just focused on my own risk management here. Yeah, anytime. Like I said, feel free to throw any type of questions in the chat, any type of information. If I don't have the information, then I'll have to defer to somebody else. But please feel free. We can go over any type of information, any type of questions. I'll gladly go over any information that I do have. We do only have another 9 minutes during my segment. Tom will be coming up next, so definitely stick around for Tom's segment and Matt's segment as well. They have a lot of value to share as well. So as of right now, we're still just looking at the long that we showed here. This is just an example of trend line trading. Once again, as I mentioned earlier, trend is your friend until the end of the trend. Right? So anybody that tried looking for a reversal there was probably getting stopped out now, because now we're making another new high of day. Right? Once again, in my opinion, trend is your friend until the end of the trend. So this was just an example of using the shorter term trend to get into a position, and we'll see where it goes from here. But already 1-to-1 there in terms of risk to reward. And the prediction is whether we'll make a new high of day or not. Yeah, so any of those people that are trying to catch the top, I highly suggest you get off the smaller time frames, take a look at the bigger picture. The bulls are clearly in control. They keep making new highs of days. It seems like a very trendy day. We continue to keep moving higher. There's no reason to go against that. It's always better to be aligned with the higher time frame order flow. So we'll see what happens for the rest of the session, but I'll be targeting new all-time highs. I provided the bias there during the weekly outlook. We'll see if we get it. Hop over to ES as well, see how ES is doing. This is the daily FEG, so it did a good job claiming the daily FEG. See if it's now used as support for higher prices. When do you move your stop loss? I am an individual that does not move the stop loss. So that is just an individual's preference in terms of how they manage their risk. I am the individual that does not move their stop loss. So it's just, I accept the risk before the risk is taken. Once the risk is taken, I then allow price to do whatever it wants. I do not try to control it. I either go for -1R, right? I either lose or I win. So -1R or +2R is the results I look for. Now, I'm not saying that that's the right thing to do. I'm just sharing my experience. That's what I do. So you should figure out what works best for yourself and move forward with that. Ash, would you say an entry at the 5-minute is better most of the time than 1-minute entries? There is no better or worse. You either make money or lose money. Okay, there are individuals in here that can execute on the 1-minute chart phenomenally. There's also individuals in here that can execute on the 5-minute chart phenomenally. You need to collect the data to show what you best operate on. There is no better time frame. What you need to look at is your past data. Where do you execute? And what do those results show? If you're better at executing on the 1-minute chart, then you should execute on the 1-minute chart. If you're better at executing on the 5-minute chart, then you should execute on the 5-minute chart. There is no better time frame. It's at that point, and you need to be collecting your own data. You do that by showing up and executing your model every single day, and that's how you collect the data. Is trading NQ futures with tick charts better or minute charts? Again, you guys are looking for like better or worse. It's not a matter of better or worse. It's a matter of what you can execute more efficiently. So the only answer is you guys need to be collecting your own data. If you're looking for better versus worse, I'm never going to be able to sit here and say the 15-minute chart is better than the 5-minute chart. The 5-minute chart is better than the 1-minute chart. What matters is that you either make money or lose money. So collect the data to show what makes you more money. If the 1-minute chart makes you more money, if trading the tick charts makes you more money, that's what you should move forward with. Is the cable guy finished? He did actually just finish. So after this live stream, I'm going to go outside and talk to him, see if I need to do anything else. But I'm very happy that the fiber is back up and running. So we are good to go for tomorrow. Thanks for asking. How many strategies do I use? I only use one strategy. I'm a huge proponent, not component. I'm a huge proponent of less is more, quality over quantity. Only use what you can clearly identify, what you can clearly define, and move forward with that. You don't need 100 different strategies. If using too many strategies causes information overload, then that's going to become more of a problem than just sticking to one strategy. So I use one strategy for that reason. What is your strategy? I only have another minute here, so I'm not going to be able to go through the entire strategy. Here's my YouTube channel right here. If you type in @_Ash_trades_ into YouTube, you'll be able to see my YouTube page. If you go to the Unicorn Model playlist, it's a completely free playlist. You can see the entire model there. I only have 1 more minute, so I'm not going to be able to go through the entire model within 1 minute. So we can go over the model tomorrow. We've gone over the model here hundreds of different times, so you could also just go watch prior live streams, but I'm not going to be able to go through the entire model within the last minute there. But before I do hand the mic over to Tom, I do want to take a moment to show some gratitude. I'm very thankful for everybody that continues to keep showing up. I really appreciate everybody here in chat. Being around other like-minded professionals is truly valuable. Getting to go over all these questions and information really provides a lot of repetition. So thank you for your time. Let's go ahead and hand the mic over to Tom, and we will be right back here tomorrow. I hope you all have a great day. I'll see you all tomorrow.
Hello, everybody. What's happening? We're back. How's it going? Oh my God.
What, Tom? What happened?
What? What? Listen, how is this possible, man? And why you keep looking up? Below, you're below me, that's kind of tells us something.
Well, I got to look up. What can I do?
I know you got to look up. That's what happens. Anyway, how you doing, man? And by the way, hello, chat. Hello, MyFundedTV. First of all, let's all give a lot of W's for Ash. It was a great session. I enjoyed listening to Ash. Thank you, Ash. Lots of value.
Tom, do you see the background?
I don't. What is that?
My background.
No way. I told you those pictures are confident, man. How could you do that? Wait,
I got
how
one
could you?
more. I got one more.
Listen,
Hold on. Wait on it. Here it is.
I told you that that's confident. How can you do that? Oh, dude.
Did you guys know Tom was a police officer?
Listen, I told that was confidential. Anyway, you shouldn't have done this, man. Anyway, it's all right. It's all right. We can get along with this. How did you? Anyway, it's fine. It's fine. Anyway, that's our secret. So that's going to be our secret.
We had to do it, Officer Sabo. That's right. Tom's a sloth man. If you guys didn't know.
I mean, yeah. I'm part of the police. That's it. I mean, I was like, what is there in the background? And I couldn't believe that you put those pictures were secret. Anyway.
Yeah. Well, you know, if you're subscribed to Tom's OnlyFans, you can see these.
No, nothing about that. And by the way, sorry, Chad, we totally got carried away here. I just want to say hello to everybody and special hello to the mods, Abhishek, Danny, Magnus. Welcome, guys. So awesome to be here again. And I really have no idea about this methodical man thing, but I'm actually super happy that you're here. I think it's awesome. So I have some word that we might spend tomorrow as well together here, right?
Correct.
Awesome.
So, Tom, the question is, what is the sloth's name?
I have no idea. I can't tell you. So
your secret obsession with the sloth.
No, that's a secret. We're going to keep that a secret. So that's a secret. That is going to be a secret. So, oh man, you got me sweating here. Those pictures really got me now. Actually,
nah, you'll be all right.
I'll be. I know. I'll be. So what's happening? First of all, Myth, tell me. Are you printing money today or what's happening?
We're up like $100, somewhere in there.
Nice.
Trading a few micros, just trying to get an eval passed.
Mm-hmm. Nice. Okay. So any prediction? Do you think that we're going to keep riding these new highs, or are we going to go to 400?
Yeah, all-time highs are on deck for sure. How we get there, who knows? There could be a rug pull at some point, but for the most part, I think we're just going to go up.
Yeah.
So I've just been buying every dip.
Mm-hmm.
Just a single micro here and there, and that's it.
Nice.
So
yeah, I think so too. So far as I've seen it, today was actually, I think it was quite okay. So I started today on the 1 hour charts, and like in the London session, I was watching for a 1 hour supply zone to go through that level. Eventually, what happened is that we went through earlier before the New York Open, and there was a zone on the 1 hour chart starting at somewhere around 300. And what I'm thinking, because the zone high is that 388. I know it's not the all-time high, but it's very close. And I mean, we still did not see the mid-level being tagged. So I'm looking for that 343 as the closest level, as a possible target. That's all I see there. So that's a 1 hour supply zone. And actually, I was taking some long positions today, and it was kind of cool. Yeah. Let me show you guys in the chat. So, I know this is the 1 hour chart that you guys see. And if you look back to last week, Thursday, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard, so New York AM session, there was a bullish candle on the 1 hour chart. And that bullish candle actually made a push lower, like a quite very strong push to the downside, sweeping liquidity all the way around. And that kind of gave me the idea, because it was also valid, that's going to be an absolutely valid supply zone. So we broke through that level. And if you even go far to the left here to the 10th of October, which was a Friday, also 9 a.m. New York morning, this is the level that I was looking for. This is an absolute textbook level. And this is where we are at right now on the 1 hour chart. So we just entered into that supply zone. I think we should see some more push up until 342. And that is basically it. That is what I see.
I got a
So-
pivot point sitting up there at 342 as well.
Yeah, there you go. So that's kind of like a sweet spot there, 342, and that's it. Yeah,
So do you think we hit the all-time high today, or you think we're going to just get a reaction off the 42 area
I
and then
think.
continue up?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a tricky one. I think it's going to be the second scenario. I think we're gonna tease this level, this 340, 342, and I wouldn't be surprised on a bit of a sell-off. I wouldn't be surprised to go back down to the 170s maybe in the PM session. I mean, volume can just dry up, obviously, but everybody wants to see new all-time highs. So that's why, like, retail logic would tell us, like, yeah, let's push higher. But this is exactly why I would be not surprised on a sell-off. That's what I think.
Yeah, it does get tricky at the all-time high level, because I always tell people, when you chase, you get punished. So if you're not already long or simply looking for a scalp, it becomes a very difficult kind of area to trade.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I always look to buy the pullbacks at all-time highs. I buy until it fails, basically. But we would need a significant pullback here, I believe, to look to get long. So I wouldn't mind maybe like a 280, 290 pullback. I might look for a little scalp out of that level.
280, 290. Which time frame are you looking at most likely? 5 minutes, 1 minute now?
Yeah, I'm on the 1 minute. I mean, I'm
You're
looking
on
at
the 1
them
minute.
all, but I
Okay.
look at the one.
Yeah,
Get that-
290.
You got that wick down there from earlier where we swept into the 50 EMA, just kind of held it. We've just been riding the EMAs all the way up. So as long as we hold them, I feel pretty comfortable that we just continue to grind higher.
Yeah, I see that. I mean, yeah, it could go. As I said, I would not be surprised on a sweep lower. So it can happen any second. So if you guys are holding a long position, got to make sure to secure some profits or move your stop accordingly, because this is like, it can happen any moment. Just be careful.
For sure. So, Tom, what'd you do this weekend?
This weekend, I was actually what I did. Actually, yeah, I was helping at the family for the family, because there's actually an old garage next to our we have, like, my mother lives in a bit far away from me, and there's an old garage building next to the main one. So we kind of decided that we're going to tear it apart. And so I was kind of like in hardware mode over the weekend. So I was like,
Demolition Man Tom.
Yeah, kind of like the Demolition Man. So I was just, taking down every brick one by one and, kind of like destroying the garage there. But yeah, that's what I did. Hardware mode all over weekend.
I went to the Georgia versus Ole Miss college football game. That's what I did.
Nice.
And it was a lot of fun.
Mhm.
So I'm a Dogs fan, as you may know, or maybe you don't know. I don't know.
I don't know. I did not know that. So how did the game go?
Georgia won 43-35. So let's go.
Nice. That's cool. That's awesome.
Yeah, it was a great game. So someone did mention, and I did see this, Tom, where Trump came to Hungary.
Oh yeah. So yeah, there's going to be like a meeting between President Trump and President Putin, and obviously our Prime Minister is super happy to host that meeting here in Budapest. So that's going to be interesting. We'll see how it goes, but yeah, everything kind of went super political here in the news and everywhere. So it's going to be every day in the news. I guess.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So you see, we're still just kind of holding this 50 EMA. I mean, difficult to continue to buy it up this high. It really is.
Yeah,
but
it is.
Probably works. And I've just been trading going that one micro for like 10 points. If it pulls back, I'm comfortable adding. It's been working really well for me. I know that's something you kind of do there, Tom. You like to start off with a micro.
Yeah. Usually I go off of those. Sometimes I do add, like, I'm not typically doing the DCA stuff, and I mean, sometimes I add to the position, but it's pre-calculated. Not that I'm saying if someone can master the DCAing, that's cool. I mean, obviously, I think it requires a lot of discipline and emotional awareness. But I'm not like, I add maybe once to a position if I need to, and that's it. I mean, but that's what I can handle.
Right.
Not more.
But these pictures, just to be transparent, these pictures
Yeah.
behind me, they came from my community. These were created and sent to me by my community. Over above my shoulder here, we have Tom and Thomas with their son, the sloth. And then, of course, Myth and Tom in the middle. And then the other photo with Tom is from his first wife. This is the sloth that they had from his first wife.
I can't believe you guys did that. I can't believe that. I'm going to need those pictures, by the way. I need a copy from those.
Yeah, they came up with those. I'm not that creative, though. So
I thought that you came up with some super creative stuff there. But hey, listen, I love it. I just love those. You know, I think I should be printing those out and put them onto the wall. I think it definitely belongs to the wall.
Yeah, it'll be good times.
Yeah.
Good times. Good times.
Good times. But don't worry. I have some great pictures of you too. So I'm going to have it. Don't worry.
So did you take any trades this morning?
Oh, yeah, I did. So at the 9:30 open, obviously I was just kind of waiting. I had two trades. I had the trade earlier based on this 1 hour supply zone that I showed you and everybody here. So I was aiming for that 290 something level actually. And so after the pre-New York session, like before 7 a.m., the market technically swept the London low. So I think you guys can see it. I'm on the 5-minute chart right now. Yep. And the London low was at 25,063. So I saw that liquidity sweep happening. I almost jumped into sell there, but I was like, let's wait a little bit. So, and then I saw that, okay, this one is just moving higher, and it got back to, since the supply zone was still valid, it's valid until I mean, in my terms, it's going to be valid until the high is not being completely taken out. So price went into the middle of the supply zone, and I was like, okay, I think it's going to break it, because if it goes back into the middle after sweeping the zone, there is a very high possibility that it's going to break it. So I entered a long position before 9 a.m., which, as you can see, turned out very nicely. It went up to 180. So that was a nice TP. I took it live on stream, by the way, and that was great. And after that, I was just kind of waiting, watching price action, and entered a long position again, as you know, I was kind of convinced that it should be going up to that 1 hour supply zone. So that's what I did. I actually went down to the 1 minute, was looking for some fair value gaps, and then actually I just took the long, and that's it. That's what happened. And as you can see, it nicely went up there. But yeah. from here, I don't know. It's low probability. That's what I'm saying. If anyone is long, be careful. Got to be careful.
I actually did something very similar. I took a long about 5 minutes from open as well. And end up cashing in right there at open. Nice little scalp. And then I've taken, you can see if you see my chart, you can see my positions.
I see it.
Couple little scalps as we just went up, just scalping the pullbacks. I mean, nothing crazy. Like I said, I'm just taking one micro, 10 points at a time, up $100, just nice and easy. The thing I like about trading the micro, you know, like I typically I'm a mini person. But the thing I like about trading the micro is there's not a, you can work your way out of position if you are in the wrong way. You know, typically you can kind of work your way out of it. So that's what I'm kind of liking about that. It's a small change that I made, I guess, a couple of weeks ago.
Actually, I wanted to ask you about this, like how you working your way out of a position. Like, I know that you have your TP levels and stuff like that, but what about your stop losses? Or are you taking partials? Are you moving your stop along the way? So what happens?
No, so basically I start off with a micro, and then if it pulls back at key levels, you know, it might be a whole number, it might be an EMA, it might be a previous day close, something like that. I'll add at key levels where we might get bounces, and just go for the same targets. So
So
just throw in a little DCA position, you know.
So those key levels are EMA levels or some pivot points or some.
Yeah, it could be a whole number, it could be initial balance, you know, could be any of the things.
Awesome.
So there's not a whole lot up here, you know, where we could there's not a whole lot of protection up here. I guess if we lose that 300 level, we could push down into the 280s, 270s pretty quickly.
Yeah.
So it's kind of hard to buy up this high. But I will be more aggressive with the micro, and it's a little more difficult to blow the account, you know, with a micro. I'm not saying it's not possible. Obviously it is. But especially if we get a Trump tweet or something, you know.
Yeah, anybody knows, is President Trump talking right now? Is he holding a speech somewhere maybe? I'm not sure. Let us know, because we got to watch out for that.
Well, word on the street is he's going to be at your house in a few minutes.
I know, but before that, is he holding a speech somewhere?
No, not that I know of. Raphael says blowing an account with one micro is nuts. Yeah, but what I mean, Raphael, is let's say we have a 500 or 600 point dump. Obviously, I'm going to be adding at key levels, and you know, so it wouldn't just be one micro. It'd probably end up being 10 or 12 at that point. So that kind of thing. It's possible. Nice. Trump is talking right now. As Green said.
Maybe there's a website somewhere that updates every day to let us see his agenda on every day, because I think we need to follow. I think this is the market that we're going to look for in the next 3.5 years. We need to follow his daily schedule every day, every week, because this is the Trump market, as they call it. So this is what we're going to have.
I don't see him. Let me double check.
But anyway, I mean, I was like, I'm still kind of waiting for news about the trade settlement with China. I think, by the way, and Matt was talking about this, and I 100% agree with him, that I think there's going to be a settlement, some kind of a deal being made before November. And I think the markets are just going to break through another few hundred points to those highs, and that's what they're going to see.
Yeah, it looks like he's talking to the Australian Prime Minister.
Oh, cool.
Right now, that's what I'm seeing.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, definitely be careful. Look at this thing breaking out, Tom.
It's going for it. It's going for it. Yeah, don't worry, guys. I'm gonna go to the barber tomorrow. I had an appointment, but you know, the guy went for a vacation last week. I should have been at the barber last week, but you know, he's on a vacation. But
just
tomorrow,
let your fiance cut your hair, save a few bucks. It'll be fine.
I did that last year, but ever since then, I'm pulling these payouts. You know,
you're getting the payouts now, so you can afford it.
Now I can afford it, exactly. So, but before anything happened, I needed to buy a new car. So now that's been settled, I can go to the barber now.
We're approaching that 342 area that you were talking about, Tom. Let's see what happens there.
Yeah, exactly. So it was also interesting. Hold on. Anyway, I don't want to scroll over there. I'm just gonna be watching. The same level, 342, 343. We'll see the initial reaction there. The interesting thing about these zones is, like, as the market is behaving around these key levels, it's not just the zones. Obviously, it can be a pivot point, it can be a significant high or low, whatever. But I'm always kind of being a little bit more cautious as we getting closer to a level. So this level, it's not like 100% accurate, but that 342 will be the one. So if we close above that, then 388 could be the next target.
Yeah, I believe we're going to the all-time highs, but how we get there, I don't know. There could be a reaction. I mean, like a pullback into kind of a little bit of the daily discount could happen there, you know, maybe into the VWAP, something like that.
Could happen.
You never know.
Yeah.
You know, that yellow line down there, Tom, that's the VWAP, just in case
that's
you're wondering.
The VWAP. Yes. You gotta help me out. And I know that the next word is resilience. How to pronounce that? You gotta help me out, because last week. No, resilience. Okay, I got it. So VWAP is in the past now. I can say VWAP anytime, no problem. Resilience is the next word I'm learning. So kind of cool.
Oh, so you got the VWAP down, huh?
I got the I know how to say VWAP. And anyway, VWAP. That's it. That's super simple.
You still got a little W in there though, just a little.
I know, but let's just have a bit of a W there. We like
It's
it.
fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
W technically is it does have V's in it, I guess.
It does. It does.
Somehow.
Like they say, like people keep saying, like the car brand Volkswagen, but you're saying wrong. It's Volkswagen with an F.
Is it?
It is Volkswagen.
Let me look at the spelling. Maybe it's different in Hungarian.
Volkswagen. All right, we're approaching 342. What's going to happen now? Nobody knows. Das Auto.
I think it just blasts through there, to be honest. But let's see.
Yeah, let's see what's going to happen. How's everybody doing, chat? By the way, I want to hear the stories. Who's in the green? Who's in the red? If you blew up your account, no problem. 2 rounds around the block, and you can come back. And if you're in the green, don't worry, guys. You can stay. But if you're in the red, careful with the PM session. Don't force it. There's always the next day, and it's only Monday. So
yeah, Mondays can be tricky, especially these no news, low Mondays. Oh, Tom, look, we're getting a reaction.
We'll see.
Trump must have said something.
I don't know.
He made the call. Tom made the call to the market makers on his flip phone.
I do that occasionally. I see some people posting there in the green. Nice. Okay.
Green Monday is always nice.
All right. I like that. I like that.
Something had to have been said. This is not normal. This is very twitchy.
Look at the reaction.
Oh man, maybe Tom knows what he's talking about. I don't know.
I know. Actually, it's because the market makers. It's because I realize. Okay. Never mind. Never mind. But the reaction was really interesting. That's why I'm always very cautious around these levels. And look at the reaction now. These kind of reactions remind me that. Hold on, I have to. My chart is all over the place. Anyway, these kind of.
Go ahead.
No, it just reminds me like it kind of confirms that the level was correct. Obviously, we don't know where it's going to move next, but it kind of good. It's good to see that it has this kind of reaction because it confirms that we are at that level. So it's not just a random thing happening. It does have a significance, and that's why I like these zones. And I know you and like everybody in the chat knows, like I'm all over these zones. But trust me, guys, I'm looking for the same thing every single day, nothing more. And when I see this reaction, it's a great, it just kind of makes me stronger in my conviction and confidence that it has a significance in the market. Anyway, that's what I want to say.
Yeah. Well, that was a 40 plus point 1 minute candle. That's not normal.
Yeah.
So somebody in the chat said China tariffs 150% on November the 1st.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But who knows?
Okay, it's not the zone then. Who cares?
No, it could be the zone too. I'm just saying in general.
No, I don't want to troll any ICT traders here again because I got some messages after London session. Why are you trolling ICT? I'm not trolling ICT. I'm not. I learned a lot.
Oh,
I can't.
Oh, Tom, sorry to interrupt.
What?
Breaking news. Yeah. Someone said ICT was kidnapped again.
Again? Come on, man. All right. So then I got messages like, hey, Tom, why you keep trolling ICT? I'm not trolling him. I respect him for this teaching. But sometimes, I also like to say that this thing here, this is my algorithm. This is my zone. I coded this into the market. I can say that, right? If he can say it, I can say it too. Mythical Man is going to come out with a new concept as well, and that's going to be his code. So we coded this into the market. Anyway.
Yeah.
We're just having fun, guys. Come on.
Nothing wrong with that.
Ease up a little bit. We're just having fun.
I was hoping that would pull back a little further, Tom. It tested the 200. I wanted that 190 level. Mm-hmm. I really don't mind buying that level there. If it sweeps that 190, we might just take a stab.
Oh.
So
190. You're saying 190?
Yeah, and I got one person in my chat, Marcine. Every time the trade goes against me, they say that you bought one micro in the opposite direction. I'll say, like, if I'm long, they'll say Tom Sabo just shorted one micro. He moved the market 40 points.
All right. That's cool.
So I'm sure that's what you're doing. You're trying to fade me.
Yeah, exactly. That's usually what it is.
ES is kind of already back to that initial balance level. That high and low from the first hour. The
Yeah,
market
by the way,
opened.
I haven't checked on ES all day, by the way. It's kind of strange. I absolutely did not check anything on ES today.
I watch
It seems like it's okay. We're gonna remain bullish, everybody. I just got my confirmation on ES. How could I forget this? There's absolutely a picture perfect supply zone. Let me show you guys. A picture perfect supply zone on the 1 hour chart. So NQ is gonna ride shotgun, obviously, after this move. So this is the 1 hour chart on ES, what you guys are seeing here. And to the left here, the same time, Friday, October 10, 9 a.m., the same exact zone. Now, I'm not saying it's going to happen today, but it's definitely a significant level from October 10. I think ES might try to push it again a little bit more. Oh my gosh, this changes everything. This kind of changes my prediction that we talked about earlier in the stream. Like I think we might see some more push there as ES is trying to approach that 6782.75. I think NQ is going to pull NQ. It's going to pull NQ up. Yeah,
I was kind of thinking it's going to go up too, but I wish, I don't know, ES looks a little weaker right now than NQ does, so it really needs to make another high here.
So one more thing on ES, because there was this very strong hourly bullish candles. I'm going to stand by the fact that maybe not today, but this zone is going to remain significant at 60. Let's see the opening of this candle, 6783.25. In the meantime, I would not be surprised to see a pullback below 67.46 to pick up some more liquidity. So, and I'm not saying, and I will not say, obviously it's not financial advice because it's not about that. But if I would be trading ES, and this would be the first minute that I sit down, I would wait for a bigger pullback on this one because, we're approaching lunch hour real soon and we're going to see I think we can see some pullback. That's it.
I have that exact same level marked out, Tom. You must be looking at my chart.
Yeah, I'm looking at at your charts.
I did take a little scalp long here. I'm a little late in on it, but I'm looking.
Oh, you entered the trade. All right, everybody. Methodical Man is in a trade. You know the drill.
Through 29.
Okay, everybody fade Methodical Man, please. Can
everyone get short right now?
Yeah. So
just one micro. Just looking for the push through.
Okay. Look at that. Almost there. Almost there.
Breathe on it, Tom. Breathe on it.
Can we do that?
Yeah,
come on, baby. I have the whoosh fan in the back. I can get it here. Come on.
Get it up there.
Come on, everybody. This is an official technique, by the way. It's part of the concepts, but it's not my. What you're seeing here, this is Methodical Man's concept, okay? I'm still with the zones. Methodical Man is, he's using air to lift the candles.
Using the basically. I feel, the push.
Yeah, he's using the push method.
I think it's going to go.
Yeah.
Now, actually, what I liked about this level is that ES swept this wick down here, and it just kind of reclaimed that 66 level. So I think that we can squeeze up here a bit. Again, we're only looking for 10 points, so nothing crazy. We do have top of the hour coming up here in, I don't even know, 22 seconds. So.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be interesting. Let's see how it goes. Look at how brave he's not even using a stop loss yet because
it's called mental stop loss, sir.
Yeah, he's doing the Clint Eastwood style. Who cares? If he can't lose on this one.
It's just the mental. Now, if it wasn't a micro, we would for sure have a hard stop in there. But since it's a micro, we're working.
I know.
It's dynamic,
It's a dynamic stop. Exactly. It's a dynamic
you use
stop.
it when you need to use it.
Exactly. And the other thing is like the market makers would know where your stop is. So
yeah, they can't see it if it's not on the chart, right?
Yeah, if it's not on the chart, it just makes it more simple. Yeah.
Now, my stop out really would be kind of like that 250 level. If we kind of got below there, I know that's a ways down there, but I would try to probably add, if we kind of swept back into that. I said 190 earlier. I meant 290 area. Obviously, I don't want it to do that, but if it did, that's kind of where we'd be looking to add. So
Nice.
we'd prefer it just to push through. I'm long, Django.
I think you have a good chance to push through this level, especially as I said, because ES I think is going to go. Just a quick look on gold, by the way, because I know that some of you guys like to trade gold, and there's nothing. Okay, this was quick. Actually, gold was just pushing through some Asia highs and some buy-side liquidity throughout earlier the day, and we have some relative equal highs at 43.91.8. I'm going to remain bullish for in the meantime on gold. I think it will probably try to make it to 4,400, but I have nothing there. So be careful if you are in long.
Yeah, gold's just one of those. It's so tricky for me, but it just seems like it just goes up.
Yeah.
And then but as soon as you're long, it likes to go down, right? So
100%. Yeah.
I do like I like looking at gold. I don't trade it that often. I'll use the 5-minute chart, look for break of structures on it, that sort of thing.
What is about me and the stuffs loss? Well, it's I don't have an exact explanation for this. This thing comes from Methodical Man, and I think it has a long story which I don't really know, so I can't answer.
Oh, the sloth?
Yeah.
I have no idea. Someone in my, I told you, someone in
you.
my group just created that picture, and I thought it was hilarious.
I told you.
But if you look at my picture on my YouTube channel, there's actually a 5-foot sloth in that picture that I had gotten for my daughter for Christmas a few years back. It's sitting in the passenger seat on my YouTube channel.
Okay, so that's why. All right, I get it now. I get it.
So, yeah, we're still in the long. Again, it's not a situation where I'll ever panic out. We can definitely hold. We'll add into it if we need to. It's the nice thing about being in a micro.
Guys, a Methodical Man has nerves of steel. Like, he's able to hold the position with 5 minis, no sweat. He can do that. He's that kind of person. He does that.
I'm in 5 minis over here on my other account. No, not really.
Yeah,
not
he is.
Really.
Yeah, he is. No, he's not.
Negative on the 5 minis. That's old Methodical Man. That's not the new Methodical Man. The new one's just trying to take it slow and just get there when you can.
Yeah, that's the way to go. So yeah. And actually, I got this question also today and last week. Like, how long? Because I took a few payouts, thank God, this month, and that's awesome. And I got the question, how long did it take you to reach those payouts? And because I was not even trading with the minis and not even over 10 micros, so I was trading like anywhere between 2, 3, 5 micros on these accounts, and it took me 6 weeks to get those payouts, 7 weeks. But hey. Right. That's consistency, you got to stay, do it, slow steps, baby steps, and that's it.
Well, the nice thing is once you get the accounts to pay out, then you're kind of set up to where you can use 1 to 2 micros and still continue to get more payouts, going forward. Exactly. So just keep your buffer.
I would say, on the scale account, core account, and of course the pro account as well, like the scale and the core account, you're able to get that payout faster because you don't need to build up that cushion, right? Obviously, it's up to it's a discretionary thing, but what I realized, ideally, yeah, and it's definitely better to go for that safety net, if I can say that, like to build up at least like $2,000 or $2,500. That would be the ideal for a core or even a scale account. So if you guys are doing the core and the scale accounts, that's a level that I would go for, like $220 or $2,500. That would be. So if you have like $1,000 and, for example, you never took a payout from MyFundedFutures, I would say go for a payout, but leave at least a few $100s on your account, because if you never taken a payout, obviously it's always, good to go for it. But otherwise, don't take it all out. It's just not the thing. You have to build that.
Yeah, it depends on where you're at with your trading, success. Like you said, if you never had a payout, take the money.
Yeah.
If you feel comfortable, then definitely leave yourself some in there so you can continue to build a buffer and move forward and get multiple payouts.
Yeah, and it's changing so much in your mindset, guys. Like I know that some of you, for example, I'm not going to say names, but I know some of you never reached a payout, and you guys are grinding every week, every day, and trying to build the account to reach a bigger balance, and that's fine. But I would say if you never ever got a payout, go for that money, because it's going to change your mindset, tremendously.
You guys are hearing Max in the background. He's looking out the window over there. He sees something he likes.
How is Maxie nowadays?
Yeah, he's good. He just barking, he loves to bark. He's a Dotson, so.
Usual
Dotsons
barking stuff.
love to bark. They think they see something or they hear something, they bark.
They bark. So. All right.
Tom, am I going to hit my TP here or what?
I told you to add 5 minis. I told you 2 minutes before. Yeah,
man, I should have added.
I don't know what you're doing, man, but you should have done it way before. But I think you're gonna hit that. By the way, I think you're gonna hit it. And you know what? Because that ES thing, I totally missed that ES level. I think ES is gonna be the driver, so it should be pulling NQ higher. So that 388, yeah, why not? We still have the PM session. So who knows?
Well, I will say this, guys. Every trade that I've ever taken on MyFundedFutures TV, the first trade is always lost. So let's hope we can break that streak now.
No, it's going to be a winner. I can tell you that. Did you show Matt the marble game? I told him, yes, that it's downloadable on Steam. By the way, Myth, you should try that out with your viewers too. Like, you can download the marble game and you can do some giveaways on your channel too.
Kinda cool. Yeah. I've seen the marbles before. The marbles, the ducks.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
I think marbles is kind of Tim's thing, though. I don't want to take that from him. Other people already using it, that kind of thing.
It's fun.
Tom said it's fun. He doesn't mind plucking it. It's fine.
Of course, it's fun.
I would like to have one where, what could we do? Like a dog race or something.
Dog race.
A turtle race. A sloth race.
Yeah, maybe.
Where they're moving slow. Since Tom is the sloth man.
Oh man, maybe we can do that. So yeah, that's kind of a good idea.
Yeah, I do like the races and stuff. I don't know. I've always just kind of been a fan of like I just like to pick the winners and get it over with. I don't know. I'm weird like that. So
yeah,
like to just pick the random winners, get it over with. Let everybody say it's rigged. It's rigged.
It's rigged.
Get out of here.
By the way, chat, if anyone has questions about, these levels or risk management or anything, just, let us know, because we're happy to answer. We're happy to answer any questions. Obviously, Methodical Man, he can answer many, many more questions, not just trading. I know.
I do the best I can.
Yeah, he does the best.
I got a few years on Tom. I think I'm about 6 days older than him.
Well, actually 5 days, so that's fine.
5 or 6 days, something like that. It's fine. A little more experience. He has more experience in other things, but I'm not gonna mention those on.
Yeah, those are secret actually. So
keep those from everybody.
Yeah, we're gonna keep those things.
Definitely got to keep those in private.
Oh yeah. Do you think you can demo it for him? What? I don't know if what demo.
I'm not sure what he means.
I'm not sure. I mean, I can demo trade all his accounts if that's what you're asking. If he gives me access to his accounts, trust me, I can demo trade those accounts. No problem.
Ezra said I look like I was a bully in high school and college days, but no, Ezra, I'm the nicest person you will ever meet. And I always have been. Maybe aside from Tom.
Yeah. No, he's nicer. He's the nicer one, actually. But it's cool.
No, I never bullied anybody. Trust me. Never.
Are you sure about that? Are
I'm
you
100% sure of that, Tom. I actually have I'll tell you guys a little personal information. I have a handicapped brother who I used to, he got picked on a lot in school. And so we took some lumps over that stuff because you weren't going to pick on my brother and get away with it. So yeah, but yeah, so I despise any bully action for sure.
Yeah, that is definitely like, yeah, that's a bit of a crappy thing to do.
Yeah, for sure. Stop loss. I need a stop loss in. All right, Tom, where should I place the stop? What do you think?
No stop. I told you no full porting. No, we don't do that. By the way, guys, I take it back. This is not about that. Methodical Man is having a very low risk trade here. Now, there's two things that he can do. One thing is he can add to the position another micro. Okay, that's one thing to do. The next thing to do is, this is obviously going to be a negative risk to reward ratio trade, even if it definitely if it goes down, right?
Right.
So we need to leave more wiggle room to this trade, I think. This is what I think. So it's not all lost yet, but that 290 level kind of looks like it could be, swept. So, if he can handle the risk, if I would be doing this trade, maybe adding one more micro around that level after seeing how that level being swept, is it just going to be a wick or down close candle? Maybe adding one more micro, why not? Depending on the big picture stuff.
Yeah, and this was my original idea, was to take the long down here. The main reason I took the long up here, I was a little late. I should have really got in on this candle here, but I didn't. Was just because ES kind of reclaimed that 66, which has been a magnet level for the ES over the last few days here. So, but
no, we're not doing that, Ivanovic. Don't worry. We are managing risk properly. We're not full porting. That's what I'm saying. We're not full porting. This is actually a controlled risk. So, it's controlled risk. It's all about that. We're never full porting. We might joke around with that, but we're never full porting. It's always about controlled risk. So it is controlled. And trust me, guys, I know how Methodical Man is handling these accounts, and he does have a controlled risk over this. And by the way, and I know you're absolutely have a good skill on this one. You're able to walk away even on a red day or when your account is down. Like I'm definitely doing worse than you are in this manner, because you're able to walk away if your account reaches a certain loss limit. Then I think you're doing better with that.
Yeah, that's one of the things I try to do. It is the hardest thing in trading, in my opinion. Yeah. It's easy to walk away when you're green. It's 10 times harder to just walk away when you're red.
Yeah.
10 times harder. It's just one of those things where you want to get it back, but then the next day you come in, you make a solid trade, and
exactly. There's a code. Sorry,
we got a code where
R2
R30
R30. Everybody core accounts. That's all we know.
R2 R30. Let's go.
Sorry, I interrupted you there.
No worries.
So basically, and by the way, this the risk management thing. So, for example, Steven in the Asia session, I saw that he's also adding to his position on gold, and so we talked about this. Like, there's nothing wrong adding to your drawdown if you have a controlled risk. So, and this is only one micro, everybody. So, I got this question myself on my channel, like, why you keep adding to your position and having a negative risk to reward ratio? If you have a plan, that's fine. It's controlled risk.
Yeah, and I'm going to be honest, on a single micro trade, I don't think the risk to reward is all that important.
It's not, exactly.
In my opinion. But if I was trading bigger size, then I would be more concerned, obviously.
Yeah, it's not that important. With one micro, obviously, there's a lot of room to use, even on a smaller account. So, yeah.
All right, guys, they're getting a new code here. That one was not working. So
that was not working. Oh, sorry, everybody. Don't worry, guys. Everybody go to the checkout page. You know what to do. You got to be super fast.
Super fast.
You got to be real quick, like lightning quick. That's how quick. But again, I still want to stay on this topic, like controlled risk, because I know Ash was talking about being disciplined and managing risk. There's like many different ways to manage risk. You can do the micros, you can add to your position. There's even like the multi-account risk management thing, without copy trading, rotating the accounts. But even if we're just talking about one single account, like I know people who are actually grid trading and they are day traders and they are using micros. And so like they have risk, like I don't know, like they go for like 5, 6, 10 micros, but they are adding to their position and they let the trade go down to like a negative $500, $800. And that's it. And that's also a certain amount of risk management. So there's so many ways to do this, so many ways.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and there's no right or wrong answer, right? I mean, whatever works, something might work for you that doesn't work for me and vice versa. And that's completely fine. Yeah. There's no one way to trade. I'm sure you guys have heard that. I mean, whether you trade, EMAs, ICT, initial balance, I don't know.
Oh, there's a code.
Supply and demand. Here's the code.
There's a code. Support zones zone 30.
There we go. Resets.
Yeah. So we're saying, there's many ways. Yeah. Many methods to use. But even though there are so many entry models and trading systems or strategies to use, and two traders can use the same exact method, like for example, exponential moving averages, just for example, and they can use a totally different risk management system. Absolutely different risk, like for example, adding to the position, grid trading, or predefined risk. It's so many ways to do this. Anyway,
it's for resets, guys, not new accounts.
That's for resets. Oh my
resets.
Gosh.
Yeah, so I will look to add to this position down in this zone. I'll go one micro. Next zone will be down at the 200 EMA. And then that's where I'll consider probably taking the loss if we move much lower than that. But I would imagine that we should get a pop out of this area.
I think so too. I have to check on ES. Let's see.
ES working its way below the initial balance here. There's a pivot down there at 56 on the ES as well.
Okay, so I'm not seeing any particular fair value gaps or anything on ES. Let me look for some liquidity levels that might help NQ to pop higher. So there's at 62. Okay, nothing else there. There's another one that's like a 1 hour. I'm seeing another one. It's 58. I'm trying to check the 5 minute as well. Yeah, so there's not much. But going down to below to 62 and 58 on ES might help to, get some orders for ES, and then it will be pushing NQ as well, because I'm definitely convinced that ES, as long as ES wants to push, NQ is going to have a hard time. The bears are going to have a hard time on NQ.
Yeah, ES is reclaiming that 66 right now. It needs to hold above there. I think if it can push 68, 70 area, we can probably get home here. We'll see.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, I like to structure. This is, Tom, I'm sure you know this, and I don't know if everyone else knows this. Yeah. I will sometimes structure some of my NASDAQ trades off ES levels, like support and resistance.
I know you are using levels from ES. Yes, I know that. I know what kind of system you're looking at. I'm not going to say it now, but I know that you're looking at ES, and I think, it's good. It's a good system, by the way.
So let's see if we can't get the push up here. Just wants to tease. Now the blue line entry is turning into resistance.
Exactly. I think it should be pushing. I really want to see this one pushing higher. Actually, I would be looking for the 388 just to break this 1 hour supply zone completely. We still have 40 minutes from lunch hour. What do you think, by the way? I used to ask other traders as well from the chat and everywhere, like, do you guys think, and What do you think, Methodical Man? Like, is this going to like, is the lunch hour technically a low probability time frame here, or?
I mean, recently we've been getting some okay moves during lunch, so it just depends. A lot of times we'll break structure, lunchtime reversal, that kind of thing. So sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. I trade the lunch only if if I need to, right? If that's the time of day that I have to trade or whatever, then I might trade the lunch. Otherwise, I do kind of just avoid it. So
yeah.
But I do, I mean, it's kind of like 10 a.m. reversal, lunchtime reversal. It's a thing.
Yeah.
So it's not good for me if I'm long, and it could be a reversal.
Oh, Verbone, sorry. Can you demo trade the marble game format? I don't think I can run it here on MyFunded TV, but it's actually very simple. I will tell him how to do that. It's very simple to install. Then the thing is, he has to import the names from the chat, and there's a very simple method to do that. ChatGPT can actually help to import the names from the chat. I will tell him. It's very simple.
Yeah. But if he wants the actual way to do it, $99, Tom's for hire.
Yeah. So yeah, $99, and I can coach him how to install the marble game.
Free coaching for the marbles.
Yes.
No, I do like the marbles game. I like I said, I've seen it ran several times. I just I don't know. I like to just pick the winner. That's the most fun thing to me. Just just grab a winner, no waiting. Although the games are kind of fun sometimes.
Yeah, they are. They are.
So he has a giveaway spinner. How do you do your giveaways, Tom? You've been doing the marbles game too?
Yeah. So the way I'm doing it, like I was using the Streamlabs bot, just like you used it on your channels. So I mean the OBS, the built-in bot. But I just found out that this game is super fun. Pine Tree Trader is here. What's up? So this game is super fun, and I think I'm going to do this again because I just figured out how to simplify the problem is importing the names from the chat to the game, because the game needs a Twitch account, by the way, and it has to connect to an account and all that such. But you can actually override the system, but you have to upload a text file with the names. But it's actually not a big deal. You can do that.
Tom, did you see Pine Tree gave out a guaranteed level on my stream a few months back, and it didn't hit, and so he had to eat moose poop? Did you see that?
He did that? He did that? I did not see that.
Yeah, he made a video of himself eating moose poop.
Jesus, holy baby Christ.
He said he's a man of his words, and he ate the moose poop. That's what he said.
Well, I wasn't there. It's brand new information, but
maybe the next time yours doesn't hit, we should let you eat moose poop.
Listen, before any time you put on level with my guarantee, you got to ask me first, because there's so many guarantees flying around the space. I don't know.
Pine Tree said good fiber. He could use some right now.
Yeah. Sometimes it helps. Let's see.
Where is Sabo going to get moose poop? We can use the mail. We can send it via DHL or FedEx or whatever. I don't know.
Nowadays anything is possible. Anything is possible. Gold 5K before January. Raphael, really?
That'd be insane.
Raphael likes to make bets on gold. I know that. He likes the bets there. Well, 5K before January.
It could happen. It's not that far.
It's not that far. You got to take a bet with Methodical Man. He likes to gamble more on these things.
Yeah, we love to do a little gambling.
Yeah. Do you have sometimes he wears the baseball cap. Go gamble. Not now.
Yeah. I went to Harris Cherokee 2 weekends in a row and killed it. Not this past weekend, but the 2 weekends prior. So playing a little poker.
Nice. How is the poker? By the way, Raphael, I'm going to mark it down. All right. I'm going to mark that down right now. 5K before January, right? Okay. I'm going to mark that down.
He's calling his bookie right now to write it down.
On a piece of paper, not on my chart, but I'm going to mark that down. Let's see. 5K gold Before January, so that's New Year's Eve, right? Okay. okay. 2025 December 31. Okay, 31st. Let's do this.
I don't know why Tom told me to buy here. This is taking way too long. Way too long, guys. If Tom hadn't sent me a DM and said buy now, just kidding.
There you go. 5K bet accepted by Raphael Trades before December 31st.
What's the bet though? What are you doing?
You have to do something. I don't have to do anything, man.
Me? So you're our bookie.
Yeah, kind of like that. You have to do. I told you have to take the bet. I'm just writing down the facts, on a paper. That's
all right.
it.
If I win, he pays me $1 million.
What?
And if he wins, I pay him $20.
You meant in Hungarian forints, right? I mean,
that's about an even bet if it was 1 million Hungarian forints versus the $20.
Exactly. It's monopoly money, basically. So
yeah, it's good to go. $20.
You're going to remember this.
I probably won't, to be fair.
That's why I'm writing down everything. We're doing it.
You'll lose that stick it note tomorrow.
Core account. Okay, so let's just get this clear. You're saying 5K. I think the thing is we still have more than 2 months. I think we're gonna get there. I mean, there's a very good chance that gold can push higher.
I think so too.
But you know what? Raphael Trades, a core account. Methodical Man can actually get you a core.
Yeah, we can do a core account. Why not?
You know what? Now, if we do this, everybody wants to make bets with us. That's what they want to do. If we do this, I think we have to. You know what, Raphael? We cannot say anything before. We have to get some information from the legal department because I don't think we can do that right now. So,
yeah, Tom is an illegal bookie.
Yeah, so we can't do it, but we're gonna get back to you on that.
Come on,
we can't take bets.
Rip it. We got to be out of this before it's over.
Hey, I know. I told you it's gonna rip. It's gonna happen.
We got to be out of this before the segment. Do I just take this off at break even, Tom? We only got 2 minutes left.
Yeah, so I think we need to blow some air on this one. Something. Come on, everybody. It seems like time flies again. Less than 2 minutes to go, and Matt is going to be here shortly. So, and by the way, chat, if you guys could have some quick questions, let us know. This is just an awesome session. I'm super glad that Methodical Man is here, and we're going to have a joint session tomorrow too. So we're going to have some. He likes to trade more than I am. I'm just watching the charts. I'm cool with that.
I'm a little more aggressive.
He's more aggressive, yeah.
Well, that's okay. Nothing wrong with that.
You know what? Remember what you do on the charts. That what you are outside the charts. So he's more aggressive. That's what he does outside the charts as well. He slams the door of his car usually, like kapow, something like that.
Ka-chow.
Thank you, Abhishek. Yeah, time flies. Yeah, exactly.
So I should have just taken it off.
Don't worry. We're still, who knows? Who knows?
Yes, I have a YouTube channel. It's called Methodical Man, just like you see right there below me.
If you type in his name, I'm sure you guys find it. Methodical Man.
But I will be here every day, guys. This week it will be with Tom Monday, Tuesday, and I think I'll be with Terry Wednesday, Thursday, Friday on the morning session. And then next week I'll be with Barbie. So
yeah, if
you guys didn't know,
Methodical Man is going to be around. Don't worry, guys. I see the Rockets Crew fan. Yeah,
you were supposed to have a picture of me in your background. What happened?
I will do that, but I can't have that fancy background what you have. So I'm going to go old school, and I'm going to print your picture. I'm going to put it to a frame, and I'm going to put it on the wall. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go
get the one
school.
Out of your bedroom and bring it into this room. It's fine.
I don't have that. I don't know where it's gone. I asked my fiance. She said she took it, and I don't know where it is. So I got a new one.
Get a new one. All right. I can't send you much more.
You got it, man. So, it is what it is. You know how it is.
ES is trying to break out here, Tom, but NASDAQ is lagging behind a bit.
If ES makes the break, NQ will follow. Maybe not immediately, but it has to follow. Let's just check for a second. Yeah, if ES makes the break, NQ it has to follow. There's just no. So we have there's no text here on my chart, but this here, what you see, this area, this is the 1 hour supply zone. A beautiful textbook 1 hour supply zone here. So,
It's trying.
It's trying. Yeah. It's going.
It's just teasing my entry. That's all.
Yeah. So once it makes a move higher to that 73, 74, I think there's a very high chance that NQ will pop immediately to a methodical man's TP level right there.
Yeah, Rob. Kind of a boring Monday. Pumped and then got choppy.
Yeah.
But it's typical Monday action.
It is. It is.
It is tradable. Just by the dip so far. I mean, we really hadn't had too big of a pullback yet.
Hey, Simon, what's up?
We could eventually get one or not at all.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. But I mean, I think there's a good chance that it will pop to that level. We'll see how it goes. What's your TP exactly?
329 and a quarter.
329 and a quarter. Okay. Yeah, I think it has a good chance for it. It's the Rocket Scooter fam. I know you guys. Yeah, you guys are. Yeah. Let's see those rocket scooters. I need to get that emote too. I need to get it. I have to subscribe to Matt. There's no other way to get it, right? I will.
Have you not subscribed to Matt yet?
I haven't. I need to do that, man. I need to subscribe.
Come on, Tom. What are we doing?
I'm going to convince Matt to do like a private mentorship. Oh, here's
What
the
up?
man. I'm just saying, like, I have to convince you to give a private mentorship for me or something. I need to learn.
Oh, wait, me?
Yeah, sure. Of course.
Oh, wow. What do you want to learn? Are we talking
Everything.
trading or other
trading,
skills?
life, some pickup lines. Who knows? I don't know.
He needs to learn how to swim.
Oh, you don't want my pickup lines. My pickup line to get iDoc was basically like, "Hey, how's it going?" It was really lame, dude.
I see.
It's a 1 in a million shot. That's all I was ever able to do.
Well, anyway, I'm still open-minded, so if I can learn trading, that's good for me. So, how are you doing today, Matt? What's happening?
Nothing much, man. I'm just getting scrambled. It's my birthday's on Wednesday, so I've had my birthday weekend.
Oh, birthday, nice. Okay, we're gonna have the throw party on Wednesday, everybody.
21 again, or what?
21. I drank like I was 21 again on Saturday night.
Did you feel like you were 21 the next day?
No, I didn't. I felt like I was 43.
Oh my gosh.
That's what happens.
Or 44. Yeah. So that's what it is. It was cool. We went out to this place called Beat the Bomb. Have y'all heard of this before? Do y'all have this on where y'all live?
No. Thank you, Barbie.
It's a game. Basically, you all get together and you compete in this game together. And then the losers go into this room with a full hazmat suit on thing and they blast you in the face with paint. It's the craziest thing. I drank half a gallon of paint in those couple of seconds.
I've never heard of that.
Barbie's saying 3 of the best, hottest traders out there. Thank you. I knew it. I know.
Tom is all 3 of them. Let's go.
That's right.
Sure.
Well, you see Thomas and Tom on my background.
Yeah, so those pictures are actually, I told Myth that those are actually secret, but anyway, he put it to the wall. Anyway,
so what's the story with the sloth? I'm so outside the loop here.
I think I was drunk, so Methodical Man knows more about it. I don't know.
Yeah, he just loves sloth.
Does Tom get to be like a sloth when he's been drinking?
Yeah, he has no children, so the sloth is his job.
Yeah, you know how it goes.
Somebody said, "Where's the music?" No music today, guys. We weren't able to practice our dance routine between the 3 of us.
Yeah, and it's gonna be a Backstreet Boys song. That's all we can tell you.
Yeah, we're rehearsing every night. Like that's why we're all so tired right now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right. I think Methodical Man's trade is going to go sideways a little bit here. But what do you say, Myth? Any last words here, or what we're going to do here? Any
Not
other
really.
than taking?
I'm just going to hold this, and we'll hit the profit at some point.
At some point. Well, that's a goal.
All
right. All right. Thank you, Chad. This was an awesome session. I really enjoyed having Methodical Man here, and we're going to have another one tomorrow together. So this was great. Thank you for the positive vibes, and thank you so much for everything. And stay around with Matt. Thank you, Matt, for coming, of course, as usual. And we're gonna have some party on Wednesday, maybe.
Oh yeah, dude, I would love that, man. I don't really do much in the week for my birthday, so that'd be great.
All right, thank you, and have an awesome session, Matt. Thank you, Myth. See you next time.
See you guys.
All right, cheers.
Let me see really quick here. Trying to get all situated here. How you guys doing? Wait, it's just me? Oh, they both left. Oh crap. Sorry about that. I'm trying to get my platform set up, my stuff here. I made some trades today. My P&L. Hold on, let me get this for you guys. One screenshot there. All right. That's me today. I am trying to take a small long here with some micros. That's it. Made some money overnight. To the long side. I bought the dip basically last time. It was pretty simple. We fell right to overnight monthly dynamic hedge pressure. S&P was down here. Nasdaq was here. I'm all alone. I feel alone. Well, not you guys. Y'all make me feel like I'm not alone. Y'all make me feel loved. But it is quiet now. It's kind of nice having other people on the stream. Maybe we'll have more guests more often. In this lunch hour, it'd be kind of nice, more people. Okay, so I took longs out the door. Today, I also took longs out the door. I took the opening long right to there. And now the market is sort of like playing at these bands. And we always talk about this band a lot of times. Only 4% of days close above the band. 96% of days will close below. Yet I'm still trying to attempt the long because I don't like to bet against the bull market, especially when it's consolidating at the band and it has refused to sell off and die at the band. I'm more eager, I guess, to take the trade to bet that there's a continuation. So I think we've lost a lot of that initial volatility fear that we had the last couple of days. There was a weird, I don't know if it was an insider move or something for that short-lived Trump and China stuff. And I was kind of worried that we were going to end up doing some kind of January 2018 market crash sort of thing where the market just fell on top of itself because of the tariff trade war with China. I don't know. This time around, it seemed like some kind of orchestrated Wall Street attack that led to the chaos we saw the last 4 or 5 days. And there were people last week, I saw some videos. I thought they were parodies, but apparently they were real, where somebody was saying, buy gold, buy everything, sell everything that you've got, buy tangible stuff because this market is going to zero. There were people saying the reason the gold's going up, the reason the Fed's cutting rates so fast, blah, blah, blah. These fundies with their head up their ass, man. I'm telling you, I feel like fear sells a lot of newsletters. That's why they're always like, market's going to die, market's going to die. The market's never died to zero before. It got close in 1932. But, zero, I don't know. We've had 2 market crashes in the last 5 years and 1 recession in the middle of those 2. I think we've wiped enough of the market liquidity to sustain any problems, like the bubble's deflated 3 times. Like, I don't think this is a bubble from here. I think the balloon's barely starting to inflate. But either way, there are people out there that believe this market is dying. Like, they're like building bunkers under their ground, stocking up on lawn chairs, chainsaws, and gasoline, like hoarding as much gold as they can because they think the end is near. There's I don't know. I've learned in my trading career that when the end is near, just take the loss that day and let the market die and then just stay out of the way. As a day trader, I never walk up to the market afraid of what the fundies are saying and, not just attack it to the bull side because I'm going to miss out on many, many thousands of good trading days worrying about some kind of mechanical thing. Why is gold going through the roof? I don't know. Why did GameStop and AMC go through the roof. People are just buying it like it's a frenzy right now. Does that mean that the stock market's going to crash? Not really. People hoard commodities when they're afraid something's going to happen. And you'll notice this a lot of the times. Oil very rarely will break above $100 unless there's a war in a Middle Eastern country. It takes that much to get oil that high because that's a supplier. When you cut the supply, military, coordinated attacks on infrastructure and stuff, block ports, etc., price of oil will go way up. It takes that to get oil to $100, or it takes a really strong recession, high inflation. And in 2022 or 2021, when we had that big market sell-off, oil peaked above $100 again for a little bit without a war, which is rare. And oil's fallen back down. So in periods of like maybe there's a recession or maybe there's high inflation, people will buy tangible stuff because if the dollar system falls apart or the money system falls apart or whatever, you're always going to still need oil and gold. These are all things that will exist. But Ford may go to zero, like Johnson & Johnson may go to zero. But gold is a handful of atoms in a chunk that you can hold. No matter what the state of the economy is, this thing is still remaining at the end of the day. So people tend to love commodities in periods of fear, not necessarily periods of recession, but the two together also make the price go up. So why is gold going up? No clue. Maybe it has to do with the inflation, the dollar. I don't know a lot about gold to give a good answer on that. So don't trust anything I say. But I know in general enough about commodities to tell you people stockpile physical things you can hold in your hand when they start to lose faith in the system in general. Because the dollar system and the credit system require faith, right? They're not tangible things. Credit is faith that the bank's going to stay open. The credit is faith that you're going to pay your bills back. Getting a loan is faith that the bank has money to give you. So all of that is fluff. So when faith goes away, people rely on tangible things that when the world goes to shit and it's a zombie apocalypse and everybody's selling food and a home-built lemonade stand on their front lawn, you got something physically to hand somebody. You can't really say, here's my shares of Goldman Sachs. Please sell me a loaf of bread. People will go, that doesn't mean anything to me. If you got gold, well, you can fall back to, a Mad Max style barter system and you're still okay. Central banks are buying the gold. I never really thought of that. That could be part of it. Yeah. And the Russia-Ukraine war that helped get over to 100, that is partially true as well. I would say that a little bit of Russia-Ukraine also helped push oil up a little bit higher. Not as much as it would have 20 years ago, because now with so many people producing, exporting, Russia's a big player. There's tons of big players now. Like back in the early 2000s, OPEC, was half of the oil production. Now it's less than a third of the global production. But the cartel is losing, effect. So an Afghanistan war in 2025 wouldn't have the same effect on oil as it would have in the early 2000s. So even these days, wars in oil producing countries aren't necessarily as big of a deal as they used to be on prices because it's less sensitive to it, even though it is sensitive. So Russia, Ukraine did also create some additional bullish effect. I agree with you. But yeah, anyways, everyone in the nation, the world is buying gold as a hedge against the dollar. Yeah, that's the normal answer to that question. Gold is a hedge against the dollar. And I think with the inflation killing the value of the dollar, gold is an obvious trade. That's just kind of gotten out of hand these days as people are just seeing, possible recessionary fears and high inflation. Gold's an obvious long trade. I think that's probably the textbook answer, but I don't know enough about gold to give a better answer, but that sounds about right to me, what you guys are saying. It's my birthday on Wednesday. What are y'all doing for my birthday? Y'all give me a present? What am I getting? Hold on 1 second. Yeah, we're doing light our whole thing. Hold on. We're doing our backyard project still, so they're out there buying lighting right now. All right. Yeah, we have a backyard project going on right now where they're doing like a new fence, waterfall, fireplace, turf and pavers and plants and lights and all kind of stuff. It's this huge project. And they're buying lights right now, so they keep asking me about like ideas on it. Yeah, take the day off of my birthday. You'll buy me a boot camp? Hell yeah, I'd love to take my boot camp. That'd be great. That's a good birthday present. The gift that keeps on giving. I need to come up with another trading competition I can win. Okay. That'd be kind of cool. Don't lie, I'm building my bunker. Listen, don't. Hold on. That's kind of what I'm doing. Yeah. So what I'm actually building right now is an underground bunker for the impending doom because gold is rallying. Now I have somewhere to go hang out. When everybody's scrambling around, I'm going to be safely buried, 40 feet underground. I'm going to have a gaming station with a Wi-Fi antenna. I'll still be able to play Battlefield 6. If somebody asks how much I love. Oh, Battlefield 6 was great. It's fun. It's really cool. Now I'm basically 10 games away from Diamond and Apex also. So I've been trying to grind that out while I can this season, just as a target. So I haven't been playing Battlefield as much because I'm so close to getting there. But yeah, Battlefield was great. I'm having a good time with that. So are you guys liking the 1,000 viewers and 400 likes comes on, guys? You guys are asking for giveaways. Okay. 1,000 viewers is good. Glad to see that many people here in the stream. So what I did today, let's talk about some of my trade setups today. It's pretty simple. The overnight had 6703 was a monthly hedge pressure level. I've deleted it just because it's overlapping with this line. But basically, once we fell to there, I grabbed some longs in ES. And also by proxy, I grabbed some longs in NASDAQ kind of at the same place. ES overshot roughly 10 points. And right at that overshot, I long NASDAQ minutes before it popped. And that essentially was my first. Actually, I long NASDAQ, not ES. Sorry, I'm confused. I long one NASDAQ account. So I was up 4,300 at the start of the stream in one account. That's it. And then the rest of the day, I came in. I didn't do anything else. I came into the morning completely flat. And right when the market opened at exactly 9:30, I jumped in on the long. That's it. I jumped in the long and closed essentially close to there with a handful of other accounts. Now I'm working a few more accounts. I am long currently in 4 of my accounts right now, just with small positions, just to bet in case we do break out and get a pop, maybe 10 or 15 points above here to 85 is about the target I'm looking for. Just as a final run up to close the day up here. That would be actually kind of nice. It'd be about half a risk interval move. So I'm looking for that maybe. Because I'm keeping it light for some micros. We have extended the part of the move to the point where I usually sort of sit out or kind of take it easy. Only 4% of days usually close above the green and 96% of days close below the green. Doesn't mean I short. When the DD ratio, when you see this ratio on my screen here, 85%, when that ratio is greater than half, I'm more willing to take a long into that 4%. Because the 4% basically means is that only 4% of days stay above the line at the end of the day. It's not a break percent. So the idea is that in the back test, what 4% usually means is that if you break through on the bull side, usually it stays. It doesn't really pull back in, and maybe 4% of days will do that. But when it does do that, I'm more willing to jump in on the long because the age-old, understanding about how markets work is that on green daily candles, it's more rare to see a top wick on a green daily candle than it is to see a bottom wick on a red daily candle like so. Red daily candles tend to have a lot of wick action. Green market days tend to stay up and don't really retrace that often. Let me show you guys this stat. It's kind of a cool stat to take a look at. You can eyeball it. Let's put on a daily chart here, and let's clean up all this. Is all my history of levels there. And you can just see, I mean, just by basically like scrolling back, like big green up days, I'm going to circle ones that don't have a wick, okay? Or just put a dot. No wick, no wick, no wick, no wick. These don't really count. These are tiny. Small, small, no wick, small, no wick, you know, small, 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 small. The green days tend to have small wicks, right? You don't really have, you know, it's not about the size of the wick, it's how you use it, right? So this one is like, okay, there's a wick, there's one, you know, they're not really that prominent where you lose a third of the day or greater, right? It's not common to see that. You see how there's more dots than circles, right? Green days tend to stay more green. There's a dot, here's a dot, 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 maybe a wick, maybe small, 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 maybe small, 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 small. There's there, small, 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 small. And you get the drill, right? Green days, almost most of them, not almost, most of them do not lose more than a third of the day by the end of the day. Very, like let's just count them up. I mean, there's probably like, I'll probably put like 30 dots or 40 dots on here. Maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 or 10 circles. About 25% of just in the last couple of months of days sell off on the green side. So green days tend to stay green and stay strong in green. So I don't like to bet against it. On the other side of the coin, red days are usually going to have wicks at the bottom. They do give back a third of the actual move. And you can actually see, like, you know, this one gave back a third, this one did, and this one did, this one didn't, this one did. You see how red days tend to have wicks on them a lot, right? A lot more of the probability, a lot more percentage of the red days actually have wicks on them where they give back a big chunk of the sell-off. You can see there weren't that many red days, but the ones that were red had big wicks at the bottom, right? There's not a lot of red days, actually green. There's not a lot of red days that just sort of like die red and stay red like this. You don't normally see that a lot. I'm sorry, you don't normally see that a lot. It's rare to have the big red day that doesn't rally. So with red days, I'm more likely to buy off that bottom band. For green days, I'm more likely to join in on the way up. Yeah. Hold on one second. I got to make a phone call. You got to talk about lighting for like 30 seconds. So hum a song to yourself for a moment while I talk about lighting. All right. Sorry about that, guys. We are looking at, hold on one second. Oh, wait, hold on. Sorry about this, guys. We are in the middle of a huge construction project. Okay. Anyways, back to it. I was muted because I was on the phone. Sorry, iDoc called me and she was whispering sweet nothings in my ear. You know how it goes. Okay. Did you guys do any trades today? That's my next question. So I'm more willing to take and join in to the long side for a continual move up more than I am like wanting to fade a bull market. Do I think the bull market is back? I kind of do. I know there were people like 2 weeks ago or like last week that were like, this is the end. The market's going to die. Market's going to crash. I don't know. Like I still haven't called for bear market yet. We had some strong signals there that was cautionary. And while I was cautionary, I've still been longing the market every day. And without fail, the VIX move up was very temporary. VIX futures contracts roll over tomorrow afternoon after the market closes, and VIX monthly option expire Wednesday. So I like this weird VIX pattern we had absolutely has basically come back down. And if you look at the actual VIX futures themselves, the forward months, November and December, actually the forward curve is kind of cleaned out. We were about $2 worth of backwardation as of 2 days ago. But you can see now, currently we are sitting at 1880 on the October contract. And look, the November contract is 1931. It's starting to shift around a little bit. This morning they were even. Now we're back into contango by about $1, which is pretty normal for a bull market. So today's price action has reset the VIX. Earlier in today, when the market opened, the forward curve was flat in December. So that's 1930 in November, 1987 in December. The VIX structure, when you see VIX contango, like here's October, November, and December are spread out like this, that's pretty normal. That's normal for a bull market. So as of this morning, I wasn't really too sure until we got the move up and saw the VIX sort of destabilize. So what caused this weird thing that flattened the forward curve for a little bit? Like, why did October VIX just go through the roof leading into this? Well, I think that's insider trading off of Trump and China's trade war. People were buying VIX or shorting markets or selling stuff just for this one event, and they made their money and got out. Because everything as of 9:30 this morning, structures reset to normal bull market structure in the VIX, where you have slight bit of contango between the contracts. When the forward curve flattened, I mean, it was very devastating. It was crazy. Yeah. Okay. 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. So the construction project, very awesome. I got to show you guys a picture and we're done with it. Honestly, you'd rather have the high VIX than this. Today has been such a snoozer. Yeah, today was basically just like plant the long and keep going. Now I jumped in on some micros on this long right here to let it go. Actually, I'm long in 5 of my accounts. I didn't even, I thought it was 4, but it's actually 5. I just counted. So just hanging on to the long for a second run up here. Like I said, I think 88 to 90 is my target on S&P, somewhere in here. 80 for a possible overshoot, but I think I'm aiming for like this range to finish out the day, which would be really nice. I think that we might do this, and it might try to do this. But I think we're sort of like staying the path here for tomorrow. That's my trade. And if you guys are just now tuning in, I'm literally on like a 6-7 week win streak. I haven't had a net losing day where all my accounts were negative since the beginning of September. We've been saying that every day, and every day I've been showing up with, again, I've been very lucky, but I've also been very bullish. And I happen to skirt and avoid those days that the market just crashed out and died without taking a huge loss. Equal parts luck. Oh, and then I won a trading competition in between there. It's been crazy. Like I said, I think I'm a good trader. But a lot of it has been luck and avoiding the market and sitting out and coincidentally sitting out at the right time, getting my scare signals and not chasing the market. It's been kind of nice. But I've also not been flip-flopping and trying to fade this. I've been joining the bull market every day, which has been the proper choice. Maybe like 4 or 5 times in there, I've maybe shorted little bits in there where people were like, wow, Matt's actually shorting. So, yeah. Been sparingly. Did they have a giveaway already? I didn't see it. Oh, by the way, letting you guys know, what are your opinions on the core flex add-on? Right? $77 minus like my 5% discount makes it like 72, 73, 74 for a $3,000 payout for under $100. What do you guys think about that? Like the core flex add-on is like a game changer in all the props. I thought that was crazy. The scale was really cool. The scale put Top Step in the ground because you're getting 80% of 6K is more than 90% of 5K the same period of time. And then the core came and just blew that out of the water. $3,000 payout after 7 days, start to finish, 5 days once funded. $3,000 is crazy. For such a low cost of like the value is there, plus the value is there for both the costs as far as the payout. Y'all like that? W for flex, yeah, right? It's very cool. It's like I thought that was crazy that they, it used to be what? The scale, the payout's like 4 times bigger and the core is what, like 3 times bigger? You got to make 6K though. Well, yeah, I mean, that's pretty consistent with most of the firms out there though. Like take out half of your balance is pretty normal. Like, that's pretty comparable to what's out there. So yeah, you got to make 6K to take out the 3, right? No different than what a lot of the firms are doing. So that's pretty much what everybody's doing these days. That's what these accounts that I'm trading are also doing. You can take out half your balance, which is good. Like, it gives you a chance to trade more and take out more. But then you have the rest left over, right, to keep trading with as a buffer. You need to leave some of your balance in there for buffer to keep going. You don't want to just be sitting there on the edge, get your payout on the edge. Buffer is important. Hold on 1 second. Let me look at these real quick. And make some notes really quick. Hold on. I got to manage some accounts really quick. Got some payouts coming up, so I got to make sure I remember these numbers. All right. All right, let's run it. Okay. Okay, so that one's good. Hold on. I got to remember, I got to get my targets here. Just to pay. All right, let's see. That one's good. I don't want to be in it any longer than I have to. So that one is. Oh, this one is almost ready to go too. Okay, that one's good. That one's good. Okay, these two here. I'm just taking profit at the target because I'm locking in some payouts here really quick. Hold on. Oh. Okay, I'm going to trim. I've closed out some of these because I'm locking in payouts. Hold on. This one needs, I hate when you're like $60 away. Like, just give me the last little bump. Dang it. Okay. And then this one is, hold on, guys. I'm not really quite into my account manager here. This last one is, how much does this one need to make? Trying to make sure I don't make too much. Okay. Just get in, get out, take the money and run. Go on, take the money and run. Okay, good. All right. Closed out 2 of those. I'll update my screenshot in just a second. I hate when it's freaking like right on the edge. I need like $60 more from here. Just keep going. I'm gonna close it out right on the edge. All right, let's go. Come on, give me the rest of it. Locking it in. Come on, give me the other $60. Come on, just move up a little teeny bit. All right, it's there. It's like $5 over and done. Okay, close that out. Lock that in. Perfect. Oh, and this one done too. Perfect. Perfect. All right, I locked everything in. All right, cool. I just secured payout in 4 accounts. Woo! Let's go. All right, good deal. Secure. I hit the payout target in 4 different accounts. Let's do it. And this one I'm still holding on with the 5 micros. All right. I got my 80 target that I was looking for. Pretty good. I'm pretty close enough. Let me get the next bump. I'll close it out. Whatever. All right, I'm done. That was just MicroStrade there. All right, let me update for you guys. This is the total haul for the day. Good deal. Close out all those longs there, and all those zeros are now up. Boom, boom, boom. I saw 3 accounts I haven't touched. Remember, I'm not chasing everything all in one account, but that's it. So that's the haul today. Pretty good. Those 4 accounts, those 4 Nasdaqs, I finally just closed out, and the micros and the S&P, I held on to those for a little bit as well. Yeah, that was a great run. Good deal. Not every day at lunchtime you guys get to actually see me make a trade here. Like at lunchtime is usually pretty boring, but this is pretty awesome and actionable at the same time. 1 second. Hold on. One second. Hold on. Okay. All right, trying to get our lighting situation down, but hey, W's in chat, guys. The nice win there on the trade. Pretty straightforward. I mean, like out the door is that we are wanting to see this market give us a clear sign of bullishness or bearishness. Out the door was pretty simple. The liquidity map was a long trade setup. The black dot on this little diagram here, this is my cheat sheet, by the way. The algo gives me a little cheat sheet to show me the pressures and flows. So out the door, even though we gapped up, the trading setup was I could long at the open or long again at hedge pressure. So it gave me 2 options to trade. Now they were pretty far apart, so I take them in 2 trades. Trade 1 was still long with the 10-point stop there. In case it fell, I had trade 2 down here. Now I have a bunch of pivots that are like 90%, 80%. The other zone is 90%, and then 92% on this green. So we call this a cluster. When you have a bunch of pivots within a strike distance of each other, this whole thing is like the strongest pivot there is, the whole zone here. So I was going to long in case I got stopped out. I was going to wait and I was going to buy the dip and hit it hard with everything else. But I still chased the long with a few contracts. Now, because I have such a big discrepancy, I didn't long in all of my accounts. I longed in like 2, I think 2 or 3. And I kept the rest of them to long a second time here once I got the confirmation of the breakout. But I took the long, waited a couple bumps, and then closed out. And that's basically it. Like this particular setup is long at the open as long as you have the confluence. And the confluence indicator is there, which tells me if it's support, I'll take a small trade. And the algo flagged it as support with the stocks looking good. So I just jumped in at the open. Pretty straightforward. This is textbook. BLU is your textbook bull setup. You know, in all my trading setups, I get on my planning tool here. Roxy, I have a whole planning tool. Look at this. By long at the open, or I can long at the dip. This is the most common bull setup that you'll see. In half of the days, you'll see me just longing right at the open. The minute the market opens, I'm jumping in on the first candle. So that's pretty straightforward. And because it can fall, the first candle can go to fill the gap. I know that I've got 30 something points of gap fill. I'll just take a 10-point stop on a couple of accounts. Make something in a few accounts if it goes up. Get out quick if it goes down. Pretty straightforward. With a chance we hit 6,800 before close, I think that's a pretty valuable target. 5850 is the next risk interval. And if we bump up from here, that's going to be what? 38, 40, 58, 28 or 20. Sorry. So 6820 is another risk interval up if it continues to go. The potential high for today is 6820. That would be a second risk interval move higher. So 68 is right in the middle of that. Yeah. Hold on a second. Yep. So is a white line on the cheat sheet the DD line? No. So it is a little, the cheat sheet has its own legend that goes with it. Everything on the cheat sheet you can see right here has part of the legend. So the white line on the cheat sheet is just an arbitrary next resistance. That's what it means. So whatever my support is to my next resistance, my R and R, and we have a whole way of determining like what the resistance are. And I would say that here, for example, the DD band is not even shown on liquidity maps chart. This is basically just the liquidity maps themselves. The DD band is one of many exit targets here. It is such an interesting thing. It has its own sort of cheat sheet. Let me show you the DD band cheat sheet here. It is its own consideration. So here, if you see in my Discord, has this handout we give to people. It is a support target to buy off of. It's not part of liquidity map. It's part of a secondary thing. It's also an exit target. We bet that the market stays in the bands most of the time. So I have some rules that go with it. Like I will buy up the band every single time under this condition of DD, which is bullish. I'll buy the band every time. I won't short the band if the DD ratio is less than half. I'll sit out of a short every time and be more willing to chase the long, as there's a no shorting rule here. If we break and support off of the pivot itself or other strong pivots, I'll buy the dip on that green bounce every single time, which I did here on the S&P. It broke through and it tested back. I bought it the green. I added some NASDAQ on that dip, and I've just been holding through it. And I finally started trimming out once I hit some profit targets here to lock in some payouts, which is what I did. I think I locked in like, I don't know, 20, 30 grand in payouts in the top accounts. But but I have 2 accounts that have already locked in payout, but I'm running them to 100K so I can be the biggest payout they've ever had. So with those 2, I'm going to try to get like one single massive payout just to show off. The rest of them I'll just take normal payouts on. $6,800. 68 is a big psych level in S&P. Too many people targeting it for take profit. Yeah. And also, like, I would line up some of your, like, not just for the even number in the S&P futures, but more like, you know, a good solid strike distance on here, like 673. I would say is probably like the next strike distance. 72 is nearby, and 73 is the likely overshoot. That puts us roughly, oh, I say my target was probably 75. But yeah, 72, 73. So intervals, that's very close to those 67.80 and 67.90. Yeah. So I would say, yeah, 6,800 is probably going to happen today. Yeah, I think so. Abby has another wedding to go to. He's been going to weddings like every other day. And he had his wedding, which was like a month long, I heard. Our wedding and, you know, honeymoon and all that good stuff. Married man now. I think all-time highs will hit tonight. Not today, but tonight. Yeah, I don't think we'll hit it today. I think tonight, the first test of the overnight will be to get through the all-time highs. I mean, VIX just absolutely decay right now. VVIX is trailing below 100, which is good. This is still a response. I think it will take probably, this might get here, but the overnight I think is, and this is what I really think. If this market really is dying, you're going to see a break of the highs before it does die. Even if it's, like I said, I don't believe it's dying, but if it is going to die, you know, you're going to have this kind of deal like this, and then you might have something like that, right? Just a breakout that fails and then it dies. Either case is probably going to have 2 or 3 days of rallying. The bull market will keep going. The bear market will slowly die if that's the case. If we're bearish, it's going to, like, you know, W shape. It's worst drawing ever. W shape bottom. Breakout, failed breakout, and crash. Either way, with the VIX in decline and us rolling over into new VIX contract, we're not going to see the bear day at least until Thursday or Friday, because new VIX is rolling over into contango, slightly about a point higher. And the very first move is going to be an upward move in the S&P while VIX test its triple B to begin with, which is another up move. So Tuesday night, which is tomorrow night, I can still see the market going up. This is tonight, Monday night, Tuesday morning. This is Tuesday night, Wednesday morning. So I think Wednesday is going to be your deciding doji candle. Do we break or do we fall off? So I would say I think we are at 68, 50, 60 probably by Wednesday. Yeah. This is just your traditional, you know, is this a single event or is this a bigger event question? Oh, that was solid. So here's another piece of advice for you guys. I never, ever, ever, ever short the DD bands when the ratio is greater than half, even though only 4% of days break out to the top of the green side. I still don't short it. That's why that rule says no shorting. It's such a clean, easy decision that almost every single time when we break through and bounce, I'll buy the bounce for the second part of the run. And this is how strong, you know, not fading a bull market is very important, which is why I chased along at the high for another $7,000 or $8,000. But that's it. Pretty good setups today. I've got about 10 minutes left in the show. You guys have any questions for me? Usually I bring a lesson or talk about something to teach you guys something, but we got about 10 minutes left. There's not much to go over, but what would you guys like to ask me about? Are we squeezing this genuine buying? That's a great question, right? You can tell that by 2 different things. Number one, is you can look at the shape of the curve. If the shape of the run, if the curve is J-shaped, it's more squeezing than anything. I mean, longing can propagate it, but this part was mostly squeezing. But if it's like doing this and curving the other way, it's less squeezing and more genuine buying. Now you can see that like this is almost like straight up. It's a little bit of curve, but it's not pronounced like this one, right? This is almost like a straight line going higher. That's genuine buying. That's the algo trying to track the NASDAQ. There really is no curvature like this, so it's genuine buying. This part, the secondary part, now looks like some short squeezing. So the genuine bulls have squeezed some bears. This is how you can read that. Second way is to just look at the stocks themselves. Like I'll look at NVIDIA as an example. Is the stock like gapping down, gapping up? What's happening? So NVIDIA, right, was flat, tried to sell off, and then genuine buyers came through and pumped up the stock. Was the stock short squeezing? Maybe. But the second round is sort of just pressing higher naturally, right? You're getting some genuine buyers of NVIDIA. So the algos are starting to long some stocks. The stocks just look bullish. They don't like Apple. Yeah, Apple was sort of trailing along and then it got squeezed and now it's sitting there. We have to see like after the squeeze part, are the stocks like actually genuinely bullish? Now you can see like Amazon wasn't squeezing at all. Amazon curves this way. So Amazon had some genuine buying, right? People are buying faster at the start than later on in the day. That's usually a sign of genuine buying. The shape of it is usually a telltale sign. Microsoft's sort of like a straight line, not really that squeezy. Also, you can use liquidity maps just to see if the stocks themselves are structured bullish, just to see how the options are lined up around it. So yeah, so there's some genuine buying in stocks, and you can just see that pretty easily. Yeah, good question. Contango backwardation. Okay, so quickly in the 8 minutes, contango backwardation are a condition of simultaneous trading on futures contracts that expired in different months. The futures contract, for example, NASDAQ December 2025. That's what's on my screen right now. But I can also trade quarterlies, like March, June, etc. Let's use an example like VIX. VIX expires every month. So right now, like as of now, I can go trade any month of VIX I want. That contract is basically pricing in the value that traders are saying this thing will be at expiration. So when December contract expires, right now, traders believe that 25,340 is the value of NASDAQ on the expiration December, like in the future. It's constantly trying to price in that future hard deadline, wherever it is in the future right now. So each contract is pricing in a different point in time. So VIX October expires this week. VIX November expires in 5 weeks. VIX December expires in 9 weeks, etc. Right? Because the real VIX is going to be different values over time, then each contract is picking a different point in time. And as of right now, which is where we are now, perspective, each future October, November, and December is predicting a point in time. So therefore, now's value of each contract is going to be slightly different. With the example of VIX, each VIX contract actually looks different. If you were to plot VIX between now and December, it's actually November is priced higher than October and December is priced higher than December. And that's an effect known as contango. So right now, if I were to trade VIX now, it's a certain value for its expiration here. If I were to trade November's value for its expiration, it's there, and December's value is there. So when the forward month, which is the next month in line, is higher than the spot month or the front month or the current month, those are synonymous terms, then it's called contango. Backwardation is the opposite effect. When the forward month value is less than the current month value at a current point in time, that's called backwardation. When people say the forward curve, that's what they're talking about. You can plot each additional value on a curve itself. So if I were to go through here and open up a chart and just show you very quickly, VIX October is 1861. So as of right now, VIX is betting on 1861, okay, for, this week when it expires. I can go to the next month and put in an X there and get November. See, November is, you can't see, that might be too small on your screen. That says 1925. Right now, November will be 1925. The chart will look exactly the same as this one, just shifted up a little bit. Like if I put in VXX25 here and I hit enter, it looks exactly the same as the VX October. However, it's currently trading at 1925. So if I were to plot the two on top of each other, since October was lower, October's chart looks exactly the same as November's chart, just probably slightly lower. And all the contracts are probably trading equally because, the risk is distributed. But one's going to have like a different value than the other, right? And when you just load up any contract, like, for example, if I Thinkorswim is cool like this, I can just type in like VX, right, without putting any contract designation. And it gives me one VIX contract. That's it, the front month. That's what it's charting. But as you see, there's like discrepancies, right, between the two contracts. What is this, right? Was this a rollover event, right? What happened? I mean, was this a gap? Well, no, this was a rollover event, right? So this is where like September's contract stopped being displayed on this chart. And October's contract started being displayed. So if you just do /VX, like in Thinkorswim, it'll show what's called the continuous contract, which is a fake futures contract that daisy chains each front month when it's the front month. For example, on August the 20th, when we're trading the September contract, right? This is the actual value of that September contract. And then here, it just picks up the value of the October contract. That contango was realized there. Now, again, if you were to draw the previous month of October, it looks exactly the same as the September contract, just priced slightly higher, right? So when you do VX, it just doesn't show the October because at this time, the September was the front month. So you can have like this cool like way of just tracking the current traded month, front month, or spot month of the contract by just using the continuous, not having to worry about the codes. And so what happens is when you roll over, which is the Tuesday before the third Wednesday, unless there's a holiday. This month there was a holiday last week. So VIX expiration is pushed to this Wednesday. So on Tuesday, there will be another rollover event. We will have another separation where this is probably going to be about 1925. And that contract will again start trading when this one leaves off. So we're going to have this like sort of, it looks like a gap up, but it's not a gap up, but there will be a space to the upside Tuesday night when we do roll over to the new contract. And what I do is I always draw the midpoint between the two values. And that's a really strong indicator of, hanging volatility or underpriced volatility leading into that front month as it rolls forward. So the example is we hung above this, we call it triple B is our nickname for it. But when you hover above that line for long periods of time without decaying, that's unusual. Normally VIX, here the midpoint was about right here, will sort of like decay towards it and continue to fall in a normal bull market. The fact that it spent all month not decaying, we knew something was up. And then all of a sudden we had that big old crash. You know what I'm saying? So this is a telltale sign of the market winding up for something. We underpriced some volatility and all of a sudden it realized very quickly towards the end of the month. And again, this is insider trading and people know Trump's about to push the button on China again. And VIX was like a telltale sign of that. You get infinitely creative understanding VIX and contango and backwardation. Very helpful to understand that the backwardation and contango, that midpoint I just showed, that particular indicator is a very strong high volume pivot in VIX futures itself. And if you bounce off of it from the top in your contango, you just tell yourself, this is going to be a volatile month. As we told ourselves all month, last month was going to be a volatile month. We knew that a month ago, that the whole month's volatile. We knew that the market was winding up for something. Although I didn't say bearish, I did think like there's going to be some kind of explosion. I remember even Tom and I were talking about it that day before the market crashed. Actually, that day we were like, and any day now, it feels like the market's just going to explode to the downside. He's like, yeah, I feel it too. That VIX winding up, that's kind of what we're talking about. And I was like, it's either going to happen this month or November is going to be horrible. And it looks like there it is, right? The insiders are all loading up on some VIX, getting ahead of that Trump news. And after that thing happened, they ran off with their billions and market's back to normal, right? Welcome to Wall Street. This stuff's kind of rigged against you. But that's kind of what you can attribute it to. Now, half the people in the world right now are thinking there's Armageddon about to happen. but that could have just been a single volatility event. You know, a few major players had the inside scoop and took the trade. Probably so. But anywho, I think that the PA has been different since the government shut down. I feel like it's harder to trade since then. Well, we're not getting a lot of news events to really boost. Remember, all the news right now is bullish. I think you're onto something. You know, the economy's getting better. Data is looking better as times go by. GDP is up. You know, factory orders are up. You know, corporate profits are up. Everything's looking good. So the more data points you have coming out, just highlight how not damning the economy actually is. And with the government shutdown, we're just not getting as many bull data points. So it's kind of like the lights are off for the bulls, and the bear cockroaches are allowed to scurry with the lights being off, right? We're not revealing the good economic data. You know, where's the non-farm payrolls, right? That would have been a huge bullish number, I'm sure. So, you know, people are still betting that the Fed cutting rates is bullish, yada, yada, and the jobs data is getting, you know, showing increases there. Not showing like much of layoffs or anything. So you're still bullish this whole entire thing, but without like the continual spotlight on bullish economic data, you're going to see the market's not going to have that boost up. I think you're onto something. I didn't really think about that until you asked the question, but I think that sounds about right. We're not seeing as many, you know, big bull data points to put a trampoline under the market with the shutdown. It's not that the shutdown itself is causing any bearishness, but the shutdown is preventing traders from going on bull frenzy with some good bull news, right? It's probably a good thought there. Trump is never going to let Armageddon happen. Yeah, so at the end of the day, that's how I feel. If Powell wants the market to go up to save the job market, and Trump wants the market to go up to save his ego, then the market's going to go up. That's why I'm betting bearish. But anyways, I'm out of time. I'll see y'all later. I'll be live on my channel for a little bit in this afternoon, so feel free to come on, join us over there live. This is the end of the show. I love you guys to death. Thanks for tuning in, helping this channel grow. We love you here at MyFundedTV. But as I say every single time, you can't stay here. You don't have to go home. You can't stay here, but you come join me on my channel, and we'll be finishing up the day. I might not take any more trades. I'll just hang for a little bit, but we'll still kick it there. And thank you guys. Thank you, mods. Thank you, producers. Thank you, MyFundedFutures, for being the best prop trading show on the planet. I'll see you later, guys. I'm out.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle move, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze. The cipher in the riddle, money through the maze.
Liquidity hunts, snipers in the dark. Stop loss graves marked by the market shark. Order block sermons, preaching through the pain. Catch the ICT code, ride the profit train.